And now we go live to Venezuela as President Nicolás Maduro Moros will offer his annual message before the parliament. President Nicolás Maduro Moros is arriving to this parliament, the parliament building, where he will be offering his annual statements, his annual address before the parliament and also before the whole nation. Nicolás Maduro Moros will also address several topics, many of them related to the economic development in Venezuela, his government's management of the pandemic, and we expect also that he refers to diplomacy, to foreign affairs, and to the internal policy during 2021. Also, the president is expected to arrive to this parliament building and also to talk and to brief about several topics, several issues. Mainly, for example, the situation in the border regions with Colombia, in Arauca region, currently in conflict. As we know, also the reintegration, the repatriation of several Venezuelan nationals that are spread across Latin America, and now they want to return to the homeland. Also, Maduro may address several issues as the economic hyperinflation in Venezuela, a burden for the Venezuelan economy that is also pulling out from this hyperinflation.
Y que por supuesto ha felicitado el jefe de Estado venezolano. En medio de un bloqueo criminal sin precedentes en la historia de Venezuela, el pueblo se ha levantado con la moral y con la dignidad en alto, en acompañamiento al jefe de Estado venezolano en cada paso, en cada proceso y por supuesto, dice, hoy presente en las afueras y acá en el Palacio Federal Legislativo, por supuesto, para escuchar cuáles son los lineamientos para este año 2022 que promete ser de recuperación económica. Un presupuesto anual para el año 2022.
As we know, we are in the moments ahead, the previous moments, to this annual message from the President of Venezuela, Nicolás Maduro Moros. As we know, he must address his government management about 2021 in this economic sphere, the politics, also the health, the internal health management during COVID-19 pandemic. As we know, 2020 was a harsh year for Venezuelan economy, but 2021 was a year of recovery, of economic development, and also an oil exports increase during 2021 as the economy was recovering, was rising again from the harsh conditions that it suffered in 2020. As we know also, the vaccination campaigns in Venezuela allowed the nation to overcome all these difficulties, all these burdens, the liabilities that the COVID-19 pandemic brought to the South American nation. As we know, the vaccination campaign has gone to a slow pace in the early 2021, but also achieved over 70% of the population by late 2021 and early 2022. Also, as we know, the government promised to stop the 7-by-7 method of quarantines and lockdowns to ensure and also to allow the economy to recover, to the workers, the informal and the state workers, to go back to their jobs, to also recover their familiar economies. That is so important. That's an aspect that is super important for the national economy of the South American nation. As we see, there is President Nicolás Maduro Moros and the First Lady, Cilia Perez. They are arriving to the Parliament building. They're also accompanied by several public officials and the political figures of Venezuela, and also several guests to this moment, this address to the nation, this annual message of the nation that is offering Nicolás Maduro Moros.
Alcanzaron una gran victoria con 256 diputados de 277.
Allí el saludo del presidente Nicolás Maduro al pueblo combativo que lo espera en las afueras del Palacio Federal Legislativo para darle esta bienvenida.
The President of Venezuela, Nicolás Maduro Moros, will offer this Saturday his annual message before the parliament, where he will offer a balance of his management of the pandemic, also the government management of this and other aspects during the year of 2021. The Venezuelan president will render an account on the official, political, economic, social and administrative aspects developed during his administration throughout 2021 in accordance with the provision of Article 237 of the Constitution, approved in 1999. At the beginning beginning of the year, Maduro stated in declarations to the press that the result of the management of inflation during the last 4 months of the year 2021 could lead to declare the end of hyperinflation in the next months, being this a financial respite for Venezuela in the midst of the sanctions imposed by the United States. Among other highlights of this annual message are the fight against the COVID-19 pandemic and the national dialogue.
Desplazamiento del señor Nicolás Maduro Moros, presidente constitucional de la República Bolivariana de Venezuela, comandante en jefe de la Fuerza Armada Nacional Bolivariana, hasta el interior del Palacio Federal Legislativo.
Now we see the military salute to the armed forces, to his commander-in-chief, Nicolás Maduro Moros, the president of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. He is also greeting the armed forces and receiving the official protocol salutes in this moment before arriving and going into the parliament to offer his annual message to the nation and also to the world. Because this is a moment that the management, the government and the administration during 2021 is going to be addressed, is going to be reported, is going to be also spoke about to the entire world and to the entire nation. As we know, during 2021, Venezuela faced many challenges as politics, in foreign policy, with Alex Saab kidnapping by Cape Verde authorities and then his extradition to the United States. Also, as we know, in politics, Venezuela faced new sanctions from the US and the UK. Also, the Venezuelan gold and his assets, the assets of the country, are frozen in the UK central bank, and also is facing the stealing of several assets by the opposition groups led by Juan Guaidó. As we know, also in the economic matter, Venezuela is recovering from the production of oil halt in 2020, and also it recovered during 2021 at a slow pace. But it's noticeable that it's going through this moment, is pulling out of this moment, is overcoming this economic halt. As we know, Venezuela is overcoming also hyperinflation with the digital bolívar, and this is a strategy that the government implemented during 2021 with the aim of supporting the population to avoid the devaluation of the currency, the national currency. And also, as we know, Venezuela is going through this moment where it's overcoming these difficulties, these liabilities. Also, in foreign policies, Venezuela had several differences with its neighboring country, Colombia, because of the conflicts in the border zones, because the intrusion of mercenary groups in the border zones, but also because of migrants, Venezuelan migrants killings in Colombia. That was a tense moment during 2021 when 2 Venezuelan children were killed in Colombian territory, and the government of Colombia wasn't recognizing the fact, the events, the incidents, and the Venezuelan government also claim for the lives of Venezuelans abroad and also claim for the well-being of the Venezuelans abroad of his territories. Also, as we know, the vaccination drives in Venezuela has been also an achievement of Maduro's government during 2021. Because of the pandemic, this vaccination drive is a halt to the pandemic spreading, and also this is an achievement of solidarity, this is an achievement of well-being of the citizens, and also because of the government procurement of the well-being of its citizens, of its subordinates, of the people of Venezuela. As we know, Venezuela also this year had to overcome several other liabilities, like, as we were mentioning in foreign policies, the dialogues that held the government with the opposition groups in Mexico, dialogues that were aimed at mitigating, to downplay several differences and to come together to work for a united Venezuela. In this case, the dialogues came to an end and came to a stop, an abrupt stop, because of Alex Saab deportation to the United States. His extradition meant the end of the dialogues because it meant an affront, it meant also a confrontation with the government objectives, and also a disrespect to Alex Saab's diplomatic rights, diplomacy's also prerogatives. In this case, as we know, Venezuela has overcome all of these liabilities, all of these difficulties, and now this is going to be resumed, this is going to be assessed, this is going to be evaluated in this message to the nation, this message to all the Venezuelans all over the world, abroad and even in several nations of the world, from Venezuelan President Nicolás Maduro Moros. As we saw, Nicolás Maduro Moros and his wife, the First Lady, Cilia, they were arriving to the Parliament building where they will be addressing this message, this annual message, and also they will be giving their part, their opinion, their evaluation of the government management during 2021. As we were remembering, 2020 was a harsh year, and the president of Venezuela, Nicolás Maduro Moros, called to all Venezuelans and encouraged them to think as a country, to think as a whole. I think this is a way that Nicolás Maduro Moros was calling all his fellow citizens to come together and work. No matter which political guidance, political affiliation you have to come together for your work, for your country, for your people. And that's a call that maybe is the most accurate proposal or the most accurate sign that Nicolás Maduro Moros' government is open to dialogue, is open to the people, is open to everyone's opinions and criteria. Also, as we were reporting, teleSUR English has been reporting all this time about the governor's polls that were held in November last year, and where the states, 23 states were on the side of the Chavismo, the great Patriotic Pole Alliance. As we know, there were 23 governorships on the side of Chavismo, and in a second round, the state of Barinas was gained by the opposition. But I think this moment in history shows that the government allows opposition also to have authority. The government also allows democracy and also respects the people's will, respects democracy, and I think that's one of the paramount lessons from this moment in time. This historical moment, this election of the governorship of Barinas, that is the homeland and the hometown of the commander Hugo Chávez Frías, which is a paramount, a key spot, a landmark in history and also a landmark in Venezuela. As we were seeing images, live images of the parliament building, there is calm. This is a joyful day in Venezuela. This is a day when people is coming together to celebrate one more year of triumph, one more year of resistance, one more year of endurance in front of the imperialism, in front of the United States and all the liabilities they had to overcome during 2021. As we see, there were joyful people saluting the president. The armed forces are paying their respect, their homage to their commander-in-chief, who is Nicolás Maduro Moros also, and he was accompanied by his family. He was accompanied also by high officials, the high-ranking officials of the Venezuelan politics that were by his side, which is an accompaniment and also is a sign of unity in the political elite in Venezuela. As we were watching those images and also remembering what happened in Venezuela during 2021. As we know also, Venezuela has been the target of several terrorist actions. The latest one was to a polyduct in the southwest of the nation, where a gas pipeline was attacked, halting the distribution of gas to that region. But the nation is overcoming those liabilities, those difficulties, and also facing with work, with unity, with trust in the government, facing those terrorism acts. As we are watching, teleSUR English is broadcasting this moment, is broadcasting this annual message of the President of the Republic, Nicolás Maduro Moros, and we are going to be just present in this moment. We are going to bring it to you, bring all the details, so stay tuned because we have more details and we are going to broadcast this moment when the President is going to give his annual address to the nation and to the world. His resume, his summarize of 2021 in the economics, in politics, social and the health.
Lo que da cuenta de lo que se avecina este año 2022 en materia económica.
Así es. Sacando las cuentas de lo que han sido estos logros en materia social, un repaso por toda la agenda del Ejecutivo Nacional, podemos decir que cerca del 95% de la población hoy está vacunada contra la COVID-19. venciendo todos aquellos mecanismos que impedían la compra de vacunas en el extranjero. Venezuela salió también victoriosa.
Si vuelves a decir un as, we know.
Y ya arrancó la tercera jornada de refuerzo de inmunización. Venezuela cuenta con todas las vacunas para este año 2022, garantizando así el derecho fundamental a la vida frente a la pandemia por la COVID-19. También en materia de educación, más de 10 millones de venezolanos y venezolanas están cursando estudios aún con la pandemia, y Venezuela garantiza el acceso a la educación gratuita y de calidad. Además, el presidente Nicolás Maduro ha ordenado un plan de recuperación de infraestructuras escolares.
Es que Venezuela ha tenido un control ejemplar de la pandemia con el método 7+7. Están garantizadas todas las vacunas para el refuerzo durante el año 2022 y ya se comenzó a vacunar a los niños a partir de los 2 años de edad. Durante este inicio del año 2022 está en marcha las jornadas de vacunación de refuerzo que iniciaron con los trabajadores del sector salud, posteriormente los adultos mayores de 60 años y también posteriormente la población en general. Puntos de vacunación en todo el territorio.
Also, in this moment, when we are watching these live images of Venezuela and now live images of Nicolás Maduro Moros, the president of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, arriving to the parliament building to offer his annual address, his annual message to the nation and also to the world, we have to remember several key moments in 2021 about economic and politics and also the health of the Venezuelan people in the year 2021. As we know, and as we have been reported in teleSUR English, we know that during 2021, Venezuela also had several solidarity moments with other nations in the region and other nations in the Caribbean. Let's remember in the moment when San Vicente and the Grenadines had a massive volcanic eruption of La Soufriere, and Venezuela was the first country to send aid, to send help, resources, and also medical assistance to the Vicentinians. And there was one of the first countries to arrive to there and also to help them to overcome that moment, that difficulty they had. Also, Venezuela had several agreements with Cuba in the matters of health, in the matters of vaccine production. And Venezuela is one of the first countries that said yes to the Cuban vaccines, that is using the Cuban vaccines, Abdala, Soberana 1, Soberana 2, and also the Soberana Plus vaccines for the convalescents, for the people that is recovering from COVID-19. Those are minimal actions in the eyes of the imperialism, but are big actions in the name of the Venezuelans, in the name of Latin America, and also in the name of brother countries, fraternal countries in the region. Also, President Nicolás Maduro Moros attended the ALBA meeting in Havana, Cuba. It was a moment of unity, of solidarity, of expressing common ideas, to finding common grounds also in the politics in the region. Also to face imperialism, to face interference from other Western powers. And as we know, they were talking, the presidents that attended ALBA's meeting, they were talking about culture, which is an important matter just as economics, also about politics, about solidarity, and they agreed to find a common strategy to face COVID-19 pandemic. The COVID-19 pandemic that has been a harsh imposing or also liability on the region.
Doctor Jorge Rodríguez Gómez, la primera vicepresidenta Iris Varela, así como también su secretaria y el jefe del bloque de la patria, Diosdado Cabello Rondón, ya están llegando entonces a lo que será esta especial para liderar esta sesión especial que dará curso a la memoria y cuenta del presidente constitucional de la República Bolivariana de Venezuela, Nicolás Maduro Moros, en un acto totalmente constitucional. Venezuela hoy le dice al mundo que estamos de pie y que este liderazgo del presidente constitucional de la
During
República
2021, Venezuela also overcome several U.S. sanctions. Also, many sanctions that were intended to suffocate Venezuelan people and to suffocate and provoke social unrest, to suffocate the government of Venezuela. Among those sanctions are the blocking of all property and interest in property of the government of Venezuela, so the U.S. persons are prohibited from engaging in any transaction with the Venezuelan government, unless exempted. The designation also of persons and entities involved in corruption and human rights violations in Venezuela. Restrictions on the provision of new debt to certain Venezuelan entities. Restrictions on certain transactions to debt owed to the government of Venezuela. restrictions on dealings in any digital currency or digital coin issued by, for, or on behalf of the Venezuelan government. All of these measures are intended to provoke social unrest, to provoke social discontent, popular discontent amongst the Venezuelans. So let's remember some of the legal framework of the U.S. Venezuela-related sanctions consists of multiple authorities, including executive orders issued by the U.S. President and the public laws, the statutes, passed by the U.S. Congress. The U.S. Treasury Department's Office of Foreign Assets Control then implements these authorities through its regulations.
The National Assembly of Venezuela has invited President of the Bolivarian Republic, Nicolás Maduro, so as to present a report to the entire people of Venezuela. And according to Article 247, he is going to present a report on political, economic, and social issues and the projection of life for the years to come, and in particular this year 2022. So the session is open. So after having opened the session of today, we would like to express our greetings to those who accompany us in this special session. We salute President of the Supreme Court, Dr. Elvis Hidrobo Amoroso, and we also greet Pedro Calzadilla, William Saab, who is a General Prosecutor of the Republic, and Alfredo Ruiz, Defender of the People, Dr. Iris Varela, First Vice President of the National Assembly, our Secretary, Rosalba Gil, and all Parliament members who are present. We would love to give from these tribune a special greeting to those who are present here today. We will also love to salute Vice President of the government, the Vice President of Economy and Minister of Oil Industry, Vladimir Padrino Lopez, General-in-Chief, Minister of the People's Power for Defense, and we will also like to greet Carmen Castro, the General-in-Chief Lares, who is Strategic Commander of Operations, the Head of the Government, Raúl Fernández of the Capital District, and the Governor of the State of Anzoátegui, José Antuano, Eduardo Piñates, Karina Carpio, the Governor of the State of Bolívar, Ángel Marcano, and the Governor of State Falcón, Víctor, and the Governor of Guárico, José Vázquez, the Governor of Lara State, Adolfo Pereira, the Governor of La Guaira State, José Alejandro, and the Governor of the State of Mérida, Jason Guzmán, Miranda State, Héctor Rodríguez Castro, the Governor of Monagas, Antonio Primitivo, Governor of the State of Portuguesa, and the Governor of the State of Sucre, Governor of the State of Táchira, Freddy Bernal, the Governor of Barinas, State Governor Jose Alberto, Governor of the State Nueva Esparta Morel Rodriguez. We'd also like to greet the entire military command who is here with us today, as well as ministers of the government of Maduro, and we also have a set of very special guests to this moment. So from this moment, we are going to declare a pause of 5 minutes so that Iris Varela and myself are able to bring President Nicolás Maduro to this tribune.
We were listening to the words of Jorge Rodriguez, the president of Venezuela's National Assembly, who was introducing and all the people attending, the officials, the high-ranking officials that is attending this annual message from the president, Nicolás Maduro Moros. This message that will be issued from the Parliament's hall, also the Parliament of Venezuela, but it will be a message to the world, a message to all the Venezuelans. In this case, Jorge Rodriguez was presenting the army's head, Vladimir Padrino. In this case, also he was presenting all the governors from each state that are present there to attend the message, and he was presenting Nicolás Maduro Moros as the president, also the constitutional president of Venezuela, that is going to issue this annual message regarding this management, his government management during 2021.
Bolivariana Jesús Manuel Sánchez Trillo, con la réplica de la espada del libertador Simón Bolívar, también llamada espada del Perú. La belleza de esta espada es inigualable, incomparable.
Now the army officials are presenting their honors to not only to the President of the Republic, also to the Parliament and its members. Let's remember the Parliament, the Venezuelan Parliament, was predominantly from opposition lawmakers until 2021. Until 2020, last month of 2020 was the elections of the Parliament, and the government recovered. Also, the Chavismo recovered the parliament seats that needed to be a majority. Also, let's remember that during the ruling of the prior parliament, there were corruption among the parliamentarians. There was also intents, they were intending to harm the population of Venezuela. That corrupt National Assembly that was ousted, that was pulled out after an election of the parliamentarians in late 2020, that now is the ruling party, that now has a majority of seats of the ruling party and the government. This new General Assembly of Venezuela is presided over by Jorge Rodriguez, and also is comprised of several lawmakers that support the well-being of the Venezuelans and support democracy and support peace and fair trade relations with all the countries in the world, and also sovereignty for Venezuela and for all the nations in the region. In this case, as we see, the military are paying respects with the Bolivar's sword is being presented to the parliament. This is a symbol of Venezuela, a symbol of independence, a symbol of historic continuity in Venezuela and in the region also. Bolivar is the liberator, is the national hero of Venezuela, and also is one of the prominent historic figures that fought against the imperialism, against Spain, against colonialism in the region, and mainly in Venezuela, as he is the one that imposed the freedom, imposed a republic, and brought liberty and freedom for all the people in the region, as he tried, as he wanted, as he achieved.
de recuperación económica con un trabajo permanente, una construcción del nuevo modelo económico que Venezuela adelanta para entonces ir derrotando ese rentismo petrolero que sometió a Venezuela por más de 100 años. Allí lo que vemos entonces en las pantallas de venezolana de televisión a esta hora es todo lo que tiene que ver con esta memoria y cuenta que en breves minutos el presidente constitucional de la República Bolivariana de Venezuela, Nicolás Maduro Moros, estará expresando, dando detalles, así como también se espera que...
Now let's remember, the president of Venezuela, Nicolás Maduro Moros, will offer this Saturday his annual message before the parliament, where he will offer a balance of his management of the government during the year 2021. The Venezuelan president, as we see, is arriving to the Parliament Hall to render an account on the political, economic, social and administrative aspects developed during his administration throughout 2021, in accordance with the provisions of Article 237 of the Constitution, approved in 1999. At the beginning of the year, Maduro stated in declarations to the press that the result of the management of inflation during the last 4 months of the year 2021 could lead to declare the end of hyperinflation in the next months, being this a financial respite for Venezuela in the midst of the sanctions imposed by the United States. Among other highlights for this annual message are the fight against the COVID-19 pandemic and the national dialogue. As we see, the armed forces are receiving President Nicolás Maduro Moros and the First Lady Cilia in this hall of Parliament. They are saluting all the presence, saluting all the people that is attending this annual message, the high-ranking officials. Let's remember that the parliament now is in majority supporting the government of Venezuela, is working together alongside Venezuela's government, but it wasn't the case a year ago, where Venezuela saw a corrupt General Assembly, corrupt lawmakers that tried to harm and to impose more sanctions to suffocate the people and to suffocate also the government of President Nicolás Maduro Moros. One of the premises of Nicolás Maduro Moros' government not only is the well-being of the Venezuelans and to keep going the good relations, the fraternal relations with the region, with the countries of Caribbean and Latin American region, but also to go ahead and to continue with Hugo Chávez's ideas. Hugo Chávez's ideas that were related to internationalism, to the help, to the brotherly and fraternity between the nations, also to ensure democracy, to ensure the well-being of the Venezuelans, and in any case, to bring Venezuela to independence, to sovereignty, to self-well-being, to self-reliance. Also, because of the oil production, was a self-reliance aspect of the governments of Nicolás Maduro Moros and also Hugo Chávez. And as we know, he is heir of all those ideas, the heir of all the work and all the ideals of Hugo Chávez. As we see, the President and the First Lady are saluting all the presents there, all the people that gathered just to celebrate and to salute the President and also to listen to his annual message regarding 2021 for Venezuela in the economic, political and social aspects, also in the health aspects.
Es recibido por la Orquesta Regional Juvenil Metropolitana junto al Coro Juvenil Juan Bautista Plaza y una selección del programa de música Alma Llanera, dirigida por el maestro Adrián Ascanio, con 120 músicos en escena. Allí vemos también el desplazamiento del presidente constitucional de la República Bolivariana de Venezuela por los jardines del Palacio Federal Legislativo. Ha saludado al cuerpo diplomático acreditado en el país, así como también a los representantes de los poderes públicos, a los integrantes de la
The Venezuelan president is saluting in this moment, is saluting the diplomatic corps that are in Venezuela. It means the ambassadors and all the diplomatic staff of other countries present in Venezuela that were there to attend to his annual message. Also, Maduro was welcomed by typical music of Venezuela. Alma Llanera is a typical song of Venezuela. It translates as shallow soul, maybe. In this case, as we see, There are high-ranking officials from the diplomatic corps in Venezuela, but also the governors of several states, also the high-ranking officials of each ministry. It's important to say that all the ministries are working together, related and aligned with the government. All of them are focused on productivity and to maintain well-being for the Venezuelans, and also to maintain a good pace of all the work towards prosperity for Venezuelans and the region.
Histórico del mensaje anual correspondiente al año 2021.
General Prosecutor of the Republic, Dr. Alfredo Ruiz, Defender of the People, ambassadors, and officials in charge of negotiations of the world represented in Venezuela. We always send our friendly greetings and our embrace of welcoming for the ambassadors and officials in charge of negotiations that are here present today. Vice President of Government, Executive Vice President Delcy Enoina Rodriguez Gomez, ministers, comrades, ministers that are here, governors, governors from all states of the country, Mayor of heads of government of Caracas, Naum Fernandez, our very special greeting to the headquarters of the Bolivarian defense and military, who are always present and who are always active. Our greetings. As a Commander-in-Chief, my personal greetings to the entire armed forces. I am here again to meet the commitment that I have before the legislative power of the nation. January 15, 2022. When you see how the years go by, you will become aware of how important what we have done is. But above all, one is aware after all these years, and after acquiring the experience in these battles, you become aware of how important it is to do things well, to make the most out of time. You become aware of the importance of the time that is to come, of what is still to be done, and that only ourselves are able to do what was done, what we are doing, what we are living, and above all, what is yet to be accomplished in the future. I would love to wish everyone who's listening, the entire people of Venezuela that is listening through the radio or television and the national chains of television and radio, and also the social media, I would love to wish every one of you a very happy and joyful 2022 and growth, progress, and national unity. of work, growth, and union between all Venezuelans. Deputy members, here I am one more time in front of you, who are the real legislators of Venezuela that is representing you here, present today, aware today. I express my greetings. I would love to express especially greetings to several guests that are present here today, among which we can find Dr. Isabel Iturria, who is the president of Children Cardiological Latin American Hospital, that today went through an extraordinary recovery. Dr. Isabel Iturria. I'd love to also greet patient 5-year-old Gabriela Alexandra Zavala. Gabrielita recovered, happy. There she is with her father. I'd also like to greet Maria Angelis Nazaret Rivas, 7 years, from Guaira, who has also recovered from the disease she has in the arteries. And I ask for them blessings. And also, we have invited the families that have benefited from the housing, 3,900,000. Welcome. Ever Gerardo Escolcha, Yamilet, my greetings. And they came with their children, Bianca and Ever. Congratulations. I also have as special guests the directors that were able to break the world record of the biggest orchestra worldwide with the piece of Tchaikovsky. Here is Eduardo Mendez, who is executive director of a system of orchestra from Venezuela, Simón Bolívar. And we also have directors Urielis Valentina, Andrés David Ascanio, Nailet Castro, and Diego Alfonso Luzardo. Welcome, all of you. World Guinness Record. And now we have to prepare to overcome 10,000. So that means to beat ourselves. What do you think of this? Approved? Okay. Thank you. We also have, as a result of their achievement, I'd like to invite especially 3 workers, managers of the new workers management of Venezuelan petrol. So we have 3 workers here: Jacqueline Josefina Pericos, who is an engineer in oil, director of the stretch of Orinoco, José de Jesús Arteaga, general management of the Petro Cedeño Improver, and Ninosca, who is engineer of a system and general management of the Eastern plant. So this is the professional working class in Venezuela. I also wanted to invite as representation, as a genuine representation of entrepreneurs that are appearing today in this process of birth and rebirth of entrepreneurs. I like refreshing drink beverages. Ariesca Jimenez, the manager of this beverage plant. She's a Venezuelan entrepreneur of soft drinks. And Pedro Navas, who is a foxtrot restaurant, preparation of food, 600 chaguarmas daily. So thank you, all of you. Entrepreneurs, managers, and also from the generation of oro. We also invited gold medalists, Olympic and Paralympics. Julio Mayora is a silver medalist. Y Donar Varenilla, also World Olympic and Paralympic. Linda Perez, Liz B. Libera, multi-medal winner, gold winner. Fabiola Diaz, a judo gold medalist. So I'd like to give it up from our hearts for these special guests with us. Likewise, we have guests here. We have a representation of the San Juan Baptist drums that have been declared an intangible heritage. Maria Elena Franco, Alexis Felipillo from the Layas of La Guaya. So let the drums beat. And we also have present with us here a child the girl who was the miracle, that after decades it was proven before the authorities of the Roman Church to provide the title of saint to José Gregorio Hernández. Here is the child of the miracle, Suri Sonorzalo Ortega, with her beloved daughter, mother. There she is. Very nice, licky licky. Every time I see you, you become taller. Always with José Gregorio. Welcome. I wanted you to be here, and also on behalf of the intellectuality of the country's sectors that work with the writing, with the thoughts, with criticism, self-criticism, with history, living history. Professor Vladimir Acosta, who was the writer that was paid homage to of the Bolivarian book fair in Venezuela. He does. He writes with both hands. He has 4 or 5 books every year. National history, Latin American history. He writes about U.S. philosophy. My embrace, my special greetings. So I wanted you all to be present in order to share these moments where I am planning to render a report as is mandated by the Constitution of 1999. This is a very wise constitution that was able to combine times and was able to combine powers. 2021 was a year of huge achievements, but especially it was a year of consciousness in the struggles that we went through for our country. Everyone, from the space, from the territory, and from the trench that he has to defend, everyone, functions and responsibilities that they had to face. 2021, and it was expressed like that a year ago before this National Assembly, was the year of the consolidation of political peace, strengthening of a national dialogue, the strengthening of internal stability of the nation, of the strengthening of the functioning of a public powers and institutions in Venezuela, well beyond difficulties. It was a special year for politics. It was a special year to succeed the conspiracy that's been going on for years, that pretended, that has pretended and still does today, a duality, a destabilization of powers. From the north, this was planned. They wanted to present dual powers to destroy from outside the functioning of democracy, public powers, and institutions. This was planned from the north, and this was executed, and they planned to impose it from Colombia. The narco oligarchy from Colombia pretended through these years to impose a parallel president, a parallel national assembly, a moral power, and a prosecutor's office parallel, a Supreme Court, a parallel Supreme Court. And here we are, with the power of our consciousness, the constitutional power valid. The year 2021 was the year of the final and crushing defeat of the parallel plan to destroy the Venezuelan state from outside. The complete dismantling through diverse mechanisms. We started to tear apart. We started to put things in their right place. And the power of the parallel power became dismantled, and everything that was planned from Colombia was also dismantled with the financing of the U.S. empire. We can say today, we can acquiesce that the installation of a National Assembly, as was visualized in 2020 as a result of the elections of December 6, 2020, in order to elect this new National Assembly, we can say that those who visualize in that year, what we actually stated in that year in this assembly actually happened. And the National Assembly became the axis, the epicenter of re-institutionalization and strengthening of public powers and democracy in Venezuela. This is the first major achievement of 2021. You became the center, you became the political epicenter and legislative epicenter of debates of ideas, and the epicenter of freedom, and the epicenter of the functioning of the re-institutionalization necessary of public powers in Venezuela. Today, at the level of a country and also at an international level, nobody doubts that in Venezuela the 5 public powers are valid and are fully functioning. In any case, always from a critical viewpoint, from self-criticism of every public power to improve it, to make it more efficient. But without a doubt, in Venezuela, we have the 5 public power functioning in a constitutional way. The plan of a parallel power have failed. This plan of the narco oligarchy from Colombia has failed, utterly failed. It's a victory of the nation. It's a victory of a constitution. It is a victory of the Venezuelans for the good.
Tenemos un nuevo poder electoral.
We have a new electoral power.
Poder electoral que, siguiendo la tradición
which, following the tradition
del Consejo Nacional Electoral,
of the National Electoral Council,
la tradición positiva,
the positive tradition,
la tradición
the
tecnológica,
technological tradition,
fue capaz de
was,
convocar,
was able to call upon
organizar
and organize
y realizar de manera
and
perfecta
perform
y exitosa
in a perfect
las megaelecciones
and successful
del
way
pasado 21
the
de noviembre
mega
para
elections
gobernaciones,
of
alcaldías,
November
consejos legislativos y
2021
consejos municipales.
for majors offices and municipal councils.
Antes de eso,
Prior to
la
that,
Asamblea Nacional
the
abrió un
National
proceso
Assembly
de diálogo
opened a process of dialogue
suficientemente amplio.
that was ample.
El año 2021, una vez más,
In the
triunfó
year
el diálogo político.
2021, the political dialogue triumphed one more time. The National
Una
Assembly
comisión permanente de
composed
diálogo político,
a
de
commission,
pacificación,
a political dialogue
de reencuentro,
of peacefulness and
presidida
re-encounter
por
that
el
was
propio diputado
presided by
Jorge Rodríguez,
Jorge Rodriguez, the very same Jorge
y por otros
Rodriguez,
diputados
and
de
by
la oposición, inclusive.
other parliament members, even
Diputado
from the
Martínez.
opposition. Martinez,
Uno de sus vicepresidentes.
he was one of the vice deputy
Ese
presidents
diálogo
of
amplio
this commission. This was an ample
que permitió
dialogue
consultar
that enabled a
y
consultation
hacer los procesos de consenso
and enabled to create processes of consensus for
de la
elections
nueva junta directiva
of the new directing
del
board
Consejo Nacional Electoral.
of the National Electoral Council.
Procesos de diálogo que
This was a
permitieron
process of dialogue
probar
that allowed to
la
prove
eficiencia,
the efficiency
la fortaleza
and the strength
del debate.
of debate.
La Comisión para el Consejo Nacional Electoral presidida
This was a
por el
commission
almirante Alessandrelo, que cumplió un
presided
papel
by
estelar.
Admiral
Pido un aplauso para este
Alex
líder
Andres, and
militar,
his role was
hoy diputado
magnificent, and I ask an applause
en la reserva activa,
for
Alessandrelo.
this man who is active in the
Felicitaciones,
reserve.
Alessandrelo,
So my congratulations to you.
que demostró esa capacidad.
And he was able to prove their capacity.
Toda la sociedad civil,
The entire civil society,
toda la sociedad universitaria,
the entire
todos
university
los sectores se
society,
postularon
and all sectors
para
nominated themselves
aspirar a un cargo
to
como
hope
rector o
for
rectora del Consejo Nacional
a political
Electoral.
position
Y al
from
final,
director of the
hubo un debate,
commission, and in the end there was a debate.
un diálogo permanente,
There was a permanent dialogue,
y tuvo grandes y buenos resultados.
and these presented good and great results. But above all, what is more
Profesor
important
Pedro Calzadilla,
is that Pedro Calzadillas, Professor
ustedes
Pedro Calzadillas,
conocen muy bien,
as you very well
Profesor
know,
Pedro Calzadilla
Professor Calzadilla
ha sido
has been
un investigador
a
de la historia de Venezuela durante
researcher in the history of Venezuela for the last 4 decades.
es un estudioso de la historia
He has been
de Venezuela,
researching
de América Latina y del
history of
Caribe,
Venezuela, Latin America, and the
que
Caribbean,
nunca
and
había ocupado
he has never occupied
cargos públicos de esas
public
características.
positions of this
Se
nature,
postuló
and he
y
nominated
fue elegido
he was
por esta
nominated
Asamblea Nacional,
and was elected
y
by
creo
this
que ha
National
cumplido
Assembly, and I
un
believe
papel estelar
he has
y
fulfilled
merece el reconocimiento
an
de nuestro
outstanding
país
role, and he
como
deserved the
presidente
recognition
del
of
Consejo
our country
Nacional
as
Electoral.
president of the National Electoral Council.
Las elecciones se convocaron para el
Elections
21 de
were
noviembre.
called upon for November 21st.
Si podemos decir que el año
If we can say that
2021 fue un
the
año
year
de victoria
2021, if we can say that it was a year of
institucional,
victory,
quedó destrozado el plan imperialista
where the
y
imperialist plan
narco-colombiano
and narco-Colombian plan was defeated, the plan for a parallel power in Venezuela, we can also say
con la convocatoria
that with the
para
call
la elección número 29
for the 29th
de estos
elections
22 años,
of these 22 years,
las megaelecciones de gobernación
the
y
mega
alcaldía,
elections for governorship and mayor's office, it was proven
una vez más
one more time the strength,
imbatible
the
del sistema
undefeatable strength of the electoral
automatizado de
system
Venezuela.
computerized in
Impresionante, de
Venezuela.
verdad.
It was impressive.
Unas elecciones que dejaron
These were
un mapa
elections
político
that left a political map
bastante equilibrado, pudiéramos decir.
very balanced, we can say.
Ahora completadas
Now has been
con
completed
las elecciones de Barinas
with the elections in Barinas
del pasado domingo, 9 de enero.
of last Sunday, January
Se completó el
9th.
mapa
So the map was
de los
completed
24 cargos
of the
fundamentales,
24 fundamental positions at the regional
las
level,
23 gobernaciones,
the
más la alcaldía de
23
Caracas,
governors, plus Caracas,
una mega institución
which is a mega
de las
institution
24 instituciones,
of 24
las fuerzas
institutions.
bolivarianas
The Bolivarian
y revolucionarias
forces and revolutionary
ganaron
forces
20 de
conquered
esas 24
20
instituciones,
of these
y las
24
fuerzas de la
institutions,
oposición
and the
diversa
forces
venezolana
of opposition
ganaron
diverse
4 importantes
won
plazas.
4 important
Aquí se encuentran
areas.
algunos de
Some of
sus gobernadores
the governors are here today
que los he recibido
that I have received
con
them
afecto
with
y respeto
affection and
en el
respect
despacho presidencial número 1
at
de
the
Miraflores.
presidential dispatch at
Aquí
Miraflores,
en el despacho donde se encuentra
right at the
la espada
dispatch
original
where we have the original
del
sword
libertador Simón Bolívar,
of Simón Bolívar,
la espada de Lima,
the
y donde se
Lima
encuentra
sword,
el sable original,
and where
con que
we
el
also
libertador
have
dirigió la
the
batalla
table,
de
the original
Carabobo.
table where with which Bolivar directed the Battle of
Recibí
Carabobo,
con respeto,
and I respected them with
con afecto.
I received them with
Allí
respect and
estuvo
affection.
Morel Rodríguez,
Morel Rodriguez was there,
gobernador del estado Nueva Esparta,
governor
presente.
of Nueva Esparta. He was
Morel
there,
Rodríguez, legendario líder
legendary
de
leader
la socialdemocracia
of social democracy,
neoespartana.
neo-Spartan social
Allí
democracy.
estuvo Alberto Galíndez,
I also invited
gobernador
Alberto
del
Galíndez,
estado
a governor
Cojedes, la puerta de los
from
Llanos.
Cojedes, the door to the plains.
Allá estuvo Manuel Rosales,
Manuel Rosales was also there,
gobernador del estado Zulia.
a governor of Zulia.
Y hace 2 días
And 2
tuve
days
el
ago,
placer
I
de
had the
estrechar la
honor
mano,
of shake the hands,
de saludar
of
personalmente
personally
y de
greeting
conversar
and talk
largamente con el gobernador electo
with
de
the
Barinas,
governor, with the elected
Sergio
governor of
Garrido,
Barinas,
también
Sergio
presente.
Garrido, who is
Bienvenido.
also present today. Welcome.
Aquí están también los gobernadores bolivarianos,
We also have Bolivarian governors,
importantes gobernadores,
important
de los que
governors.
puedo divisar desde aquí.
I can see from here.
Compañero Ángel Marcano,
Ángel
gobernador
Marcano,
de Bolívar,
governor of
Primitivo Cedeño,
Bolívar,
gobernador
Primitivo
de
Cedeño,
Portuguesa, la
from
doctora
Portuguesa,
Karina Carpio,
Dr. Karina Carpio,
gobernadora de Aragua, el profesor Eduardo Piñate,
from Aragua,
gobernador de La Pure,
Eduardo Piñate, from La
el
Pure,
compañero periodista
journalist
Luis
Luis
José
José
Marcano,
Marcano Suategui,
Miguel Rodríguez, gobernador
Miguel Rodríguez,
de Amazonas.
governor from Amazonas,
Por allá puedo divisar a Héctor Rodríguez
and I
Castro,
can also see
gobernador de
Hector
Miranda.
Rodriguez Castro, the governor of Miranda.
A su lado,
Next to him, I can
¿quién
see
está a tu lado, Héctor? Allá está Ernesto Luna, que no se quita la
Ernesto
máscara nunca.
Luna,
Ernesto
who
Luna,
never
este joven
takes
líder de
away his
Monaga.
mask. He's a young leader from
Allá está
Monaga.
Jason Guzmán,
Jason
gobernador de
Guzman
Mérida.
from Mérida is also there.
¿Quién es ese que está a tu lado, Jason? Allá está el gran artista Alejandro Terán de La Guaira.
Alejandro Terán, the great artist from La Guaira.
Allá veo a Adolfo Pereira.
And I
de
also
Lara.
see Adolfo Pereira de Lara.
Felicitaciones.
My
Muy
congratulations.
hermosa la peregrinación
Very
ayer.
beautiful, the
Y
pilgrimage
caravana
yesterday and the
de la
caravan
divina pastora que recorrió
of the
parte del
divine
estado Lara. Muy hermoso.
pastor
Bendiciones para el estado Lara y para todo nuestro pueblo.
that went through the state of
Allá
Lara.
está también José Vázquez,
I also see
del
José
Guárico, al lado
Vázquez
de Garrido.
next
Háganse
to
amigos.
Garrido. Become friends.
Guárico y Barinas.
Guárico
Háganse
and
amiguitos,
Barinas.
amigui.
Just become friends.
Allá está, bueno, ya en la última línea veo a
And
Gilberto
in the
Pinto del
very
estado Sucre.
last row, I
la
see
tierra
Gilberto
del gran
Pinto from
mariscal.
Sucre.
Allá veo a Víctor Clark, joven líder del
I
estado
see
Falcón.
Victor Clark, a leader from the Falcon State.
Allá veo a don Freddy Alirio Hernán Rosales,
Freddy Alirio Hernán Rosales,
gobernador del
governor of El Táchira,
Naguará, de protector a gobernador.
from protector to
Esa
governor.
figura del protector dio resultado.
That post of
Al
protector
100% ganamos todos los estados
was
durante 2
successful,
periodos, el
100%.
2017 y ese año,
We earned all the
donde nombramos
states
protector.
from
Yo me
2017.
comprometí ante la
I
oposición a no nombrar
promise
más protector y
in
no
front
voy a
of the
nombrar más
opposition
protector
that I
en
won't
ningún estado, que los
nominate any
gobernadores
more
asuman
protector.
sus funciones plenamente.
I will
Y bueno, hay que
ask
coordinar,
governors
¿verdad?
to assume their
Coordinar,
roles. We need to
coordinadito,
coordinate.
conversadito.
We need
Como
to
me dijo
talk.
Garrido.
As
Garrido
Garrido
me
once
dijo.
told me, he told me
Garrido Vale fue secretario
he was a secretary
de su comité de partido
of
de la
his
juventud.
party committee.
Después Garrido fue secretario
And then
parroquial de la
later
juventud.
on, he was a parish
Secretario municipal.
secretary, municipal
Y luego fue
secretary.
secretario general
And finally, he was a general secretary of the party
de la juventud de Acción Democrática.
of the Youth and Democratic Action.
Y luego secretario general del partido como tal.
And
Un
later,
hombre que ha venido,
he was a
mira,
general secretary of the party. So he's been coming in
y ahora
in crescendo. And now,
no estaba en las listas,
he wasn't in the lists.
no estaba en la Gaceta.
He wasn't in the
Cuando
Gazette.
llegamos al hipódromo,
And when we reached,
íbamos a apostar a ganador y no estaba en la Gaceta inscrito.
and he wasn't
Y
even
de repente en la
registered
recta final
in
pasó
the
Garrido
list.
y
And
ganó
finally, in the last
Ah.
moment, he went by and he won.
para que ustedes vean
So
lo
this
complejo
is for you to see how
que es
complex
la política.
politics really is.
Que nadie se crea
No one should believe that victory is eternal and permanent,
pero que nadie crea
but no one should believe that defeat
es como un castigo.
is as a punishment.
Ni la
No,
victoria ni la derrota.
neither victory nor defeat are eternal
Lo que debe ser
or
eterno y
permanent. What must
permanente
be eternal
es el trabajo
and
de
permanent
buena
is the
voluntad,
work of
es la
goodwill,
conciencia crítica,
is the
es la
critical
capacidad de
consciousness and
aprendizaje,
capacity
de
of
escuchar
learning
a la
and
gente,
listening to
de
people
cambiar con los
and
tiempos,
changing with
de
time
cambiar junto al pueblo.
and changing together with people.
Fue una batalla intensa.
This was an intense
Tiene que reconocer la
battle,
oposición,
and the
señores
opposition must
diputados,
actually acknowledge
que
this,
ganarle al chavismo es difícil.
that to beat Chavism is
Me
very
decía el
difficult.
gobernador Galíndez,
Galindez told me, used to tell me,
no soy escaparate nadie, Galíndez. Galíndez me decía, es que yo gané con los votos del chavismo.
the thing is that I won with the votes of Chavism. And he said this from
¿Qué dice
Cojedes.
el Partido Socialista Unido de Venezuela en Cojedes?
What does the
¿Qué dice el
socialist
Gran Polo Patriótico en Cojedes?
party in Cojedes
Todo lo
says?
dijo Galíndez.
This was
Y me lo
actually
demostró
said by
con una
Galindez,
libreta
and
que
he
él tiene
proved
donde
it
anota
with a
todo.
notebook he has where he writes
Qué
everything.
difícil es ganarle al chavismo,
It's very difficult to beat
Nosotros
Chavism.
fuimos a unas elecciones
We went to
con
an
lealtad absoluta a
election
la Constitución.
as
Hace
a
un
result of
año
absolute loyalty to the Constitution. A year ago,
si hacer las elecciones
we
de
were
gobernadores
debating
solamente
whether to carry out
2021
elections for
o hacerlas en
governments
conjunto.
in 2021 or doing it together. This was as part of a national debate,
Sobre la mesa,
and the opposition put this on the table
hacer las elecciones
to call for joint election, mega elections of
y alcaldía.
governorship
Así se acordó.
and mayors offices, and that was agreed upon, and that was actually implemented. And I believe elections of November 21st were full success for democracy and for the electoral system in Venezuela.
La oposición obtuvo el mejor resultado a nivel de
The
alcaldía
opposition
en los últimos
obtained
23 años.
the best results in the last 23 years.
¿Ah? La oposición ganó 123 alcaldías.
The opposition
de
won
335
123
del país.
mayor's office out of 335 that we have in the country.
123, nosotros ganamos
123.
212
We won 212.
Quedó, es el momento que más
This is
equilibrio
the
ha
moment
quedado
where we've had,
de un
or we've
proceso
seen
electoral.
the biggest balance in an electoral
Nosotros fuimos a las elecciones
process. We went to
por
elections
lealtad a la
for
Constitución y
loyalty
al pueblo.
to the Constitution and the people.
Es difícil, señores diputados
It
de la
is,
oposición,
it is difficult
enfrentar un proceso
to face a process, a
político-electoral
political process,
cuando hay tantos problemas objetivos
when we have
creados
so
por la guerra
many
económica
objective problems created by economic
de
war
todos estos años,
of all these years,
cuando hemos sido
when we
objeto
have actually
de una
been
de las agresiones
subject
más
to
trágicas
the greatest
y brutales
attacks
que jamás se haya hecho contra Venezuela
that
en
have
200
ever
años de república.
being conducted against Venezuela in 200
Una
years of
verdadera
republic.
guerra
A real war,
económica
a
donde
real
han
economic
lanzado
war where they
varias
have
bombas
launched
atómicas.
several atomic
Profesores Carrasco, usted lo
bombs.
explica muy bien.
Professor Carrasco, you are able to explain this
En sus
very well
discursos ante
in
esta
your
Asamblea Nacional.
speeches to
Varias
these
bombas
national,
atómicas
several
a la
atomic
moneda, al petróleo,
bombs
a la
to the
producción de oro,
currency,
a
to
la
oil,
circulación
production of gold,
comercial,
and circulation
al
of
comercio
money,
exterior,
to foreign
al derecho
trade, to
a la
the
venta y a la compra
to the
de los
right
productos en
to
el exterior.
purchase of products abroad.
Hay que verle la cara,
We must see the face,
compañero. Y nosotros tenemos conciencia
and
plena de
we
eso.
are aware.
Se lo dije a
We're
nuestros
fully aware
compañeros,
of this, and I
a
have
nuestro equipo
told
de
this to
trabajo,
our team of
al
work
llamado alto mando
and
político.
our high command,
Estas
political high
elecciones que
command.
nos
These
vamos a
elections
enfrentar
that we will
pudieran
face
ser las más
could
difíciles
be the
de las
most
que hemos enfrentado
difficult
desde el año 2015,
of the ones we
donde
have
perdimos
faced
de manera
since
lamentable
2015,
para
where
el
we
país,
lost regrettably for the country
porque se habían incrementado los problemas
because we had seen a number of problems
producto de las sanciones
going up as
criminales
a
del
result
bloqueo,
of the criminal sanctions of the blockade,
inclusive producto del doble bloqueo,
including
Padre Numa, como usted
double
siempre lo dice,
blockade.
Padre Numa
Padre
Molino,
Numa Molino, as you very well say,
el doble bloqueo
the double blockade
al que a veces estamos sometidos.
that sometimes we are
El bloqueo económico,
subject to the economic blockade,
tecnológico,
technological
comercial, del
blockade,
imperialismo
commercial
norteamericano,
blockade,
y el bloqueo mental
and also
de los funcionarios
the mental
burócratas
blockade of
indolentes y de
bureaucrat
corrupción
and
que se
corruption
apoderaron de
officials
importantes espacios
that
de
have
instituciones
taken
que tienen que
important
responder
spaces
con
of
servicios
institutions
públicos al país.
that are supposed to
Y no
respond
miento.
with public services to the country. And I
Pongo el
do
dedo en la
not lie
llaga.
here.
Pongo un dedo donde hay que ponerlo.
I put my finger
Para que se
where I
sienta
have to put it so that
el
you can
dolor
feel the pain
De los necesitados,
of the
de los
needy
oprimidos,
and the
de los que
oppressed
gimen,
and those
de
who
los que
cry
sufren,
and
de
suffer
los que lloran,
and
de los que gritan.
and those who yell and scream.
No era fácil ir a este proceso
It
electoral.
wasn't easy to go to this electoral
En
process.
estas condiciones, señor presidente,
In these
Jorge
conditions,
Rodríguez,
Mr. President
a
Jorge
usted que le ha
Rodriguez,
tocado guiar
you have had the role of guiding
todos los procesos de diálogo político
all of the
con las
dialogue
oposiciones,
and political processes with
Sabe
our
que no era
positions,
fácil.
and you know very well that it wasn't easy.
en condiciones como esa
In conditions like this,
de una debacle de
of
esas características,
a
producto de las
disaster
sanciones y el
of
bloqueo,
this nature as a result
cualquier
of sanctions and blockade,
cualquier país
any country
se plantearía posponer
would
los eventos electorales hasta nuevo
would
aviso,
postpone electoral
hasta
process
síntomas de recuperación
until the presence of symptoms of recovery,
de la capacidad
and would postpone
de inversión,
this
de
type of
financiamiento
elections until they recover
y de la
capacity
capacidad económica
of
de su
financing
población.
economic capacity of their population.
Pero nosotros creemos
But we believe,
firmemente
we strongly believe
en que una constitución
that
está viva
that a constitution
si el
is
pueblo ejerce
alive
sus derechos
as
de
long
manera
as the people
absoluta y
exerts
permanente.
their rights,
Y uno de sus derechos fundamentales
and one of those fundamental
es el
rights
derecho
is the right
a elegir
to
y
elect
ejercer la soberanía política.
and practice the
Y así
political
se hizo.
sovereignty. And this was
Otra vez en esta oportunidad.
done one more time
Convocar
in this
al
opportunity.
pueblo de Venezuela para que con su
We
voto
call
dijera
the
quiénes
Venezuelan
van a ser
people
sus gobernadores,
so that they
sus alcaldes,
themselves
sus
would decide
legisladores,
who the
sus
governors,
concejales,
mayors, and councilors will
en
be
condiciones muy precarias
in
y difíciles.
in very dire conditions, very difficult conditions.
Hablábamos en estos días en la entrevista con el
During
periodista
these
Ignacio
days,
Ramonet,
we were talking in an
las
interview with
condiciones
Ignacio Ramonet,
objetivas,
the objective
que en
conditions
este caso a las que me refiero,
that these are the ones I
Las
refer to
condiciones
in this moment,
objetivas.
objective conditions
del deterioro de los servicios públicos,
Of
del agua,
of the damage of public services, water, gas, distribution of gas oil, and we were talking about the deterioration of important public services, distribution of electricity. And when we were looking for the roots of this, we were able we received a blow to be able to provide parts and pieces for the entire industry, the oil industry, refining industry, and gas, electricity, the water. All of this was mounted over the base of a dependence, almost total dependence with the U.S. technology. Nobody calculated the damage that this could imply as a collateral effect. We could actually say indirect effect, the damage that could cause all of these measures of commercial blockade, financial blockade, to public services, more sensitive services, and the revolution always guaranteed in a very efficient way and in a almost free way, with an exception in the Latin American and Caribbean areas. Because we always need to compare the before and the during, so meaning the past and the present, and we need to know that it was the Bolivarian revolution in that period, in that wonderful period of fat cows period and growing incomes and not presence of blockade in the year 2014. And we guaranteed the public services basically free for the whole Venezuelan population. So this was exception to the Latin American region. As you well know, these services, these kinds of services, you have to pay for them very expensively. For those people who live in Bogotá, Medellín, Quito, Santiago de Chile, and beyond. So, we were in objective conditions that were very difficult, very complex. I would even say painful situation. And in this objective situation, we could actually say, and we can tell the whole people of Venezuela, we have obtained a very good result, a balanced result, a fair, necessary. And now what I ask governors, mayors, is to go outside and do your work. Go and resolve the problems of our people and try to solve the needs of our people. It is your time now. Now the ball is on your side.
Como decía un amigo mío, Ernesto, no es lo mismo pedir agua.
It is not the same to ask for water than to give water. So I'd like to see you all giving the best of yourselves, moving forward, strengthening yourselves and the whole path, so that institutions every time more become stronger in the belief, in the popular belief, and in the wisdom of the population. This year 2021, we also activated the political dialogue beyond. We activated the dialogue with extreme rights movements in Mexico. I could say that the presence of dialogue with Mexico was a big success. Patience, perseverance and faith in our country. I believe in dialogue. I believe that dialogue is the only path for peace and understanding, reconciliation, pardon, as the only way for development of a Venezuela that is together and a Venezuela that is recovered. In this Mexican dialogue, we established an agenda. There were enormous success. Members of the opposition, I have to admit this, it was a big success to recognize on the part of the extreme Guaido's right, the legitimacy and existence of the Bolivarian president, which I preside after a mandate of the people and this constitution. This was a big success, the recognition, our recognition of this extreme right as a political bloc, warmongering bloc, and in the democratic life of the country. We have established an agenda, we have established a positive agenda, and we proposed. It was a national agenda. It was an enormous agenda, had an enormous perspective, and we were planning to implement this agenda with both delegations that were accepted and recognized mutually with the support of our brother nation of Mexico and the support of the Kingdom of Norway and the Federation of Russia and the Kingdom of the Netherlands. When we had reached an optimum moment of talks, understanding, and we were actually reaching agreements for the good of a country, for the good of the economic recovery, for the good of the social rights of the people, for the good of peace, cohabitation, and political participation. The government of the United States of America kidnapped in an evil morning the Venezuelan diplomatic Alex Saab, and he was kidnapped from the island of Cape Verde to a prison in the United States, kidnapped in an illegal way. Do you know, Deputy Jorge Rodriguez, President of the National Assembly, do you know that the government of the United States had committed itself with the opposition in Mexico and had assumed commitments with us to respect the diplomatic status of Alex Saab as a member of a delegation of Venezuela before dialogues in Mexico. Mr. General Prosecutor, you know this very well, Dr. Tarek William Saab. There was an express agreement, plain agreements in direct and indirect talks, using all methods possible patiently, and we were very optimistic. We were very positive in thinking that in this round of negotiation we were going to land. We were going to miraculously arrive to big agreements for the country. And today we wonder that if the U.S. government knows that having kidnapped from Cape Verde Mr. Alex Saab, who is also protected by the international law, for the U.S., did they know that this was going to involve a protest by the delegation of Venezuela in Mexico and was also going to cause the rupture of dialogue? So we wonder why the U.S. government did this. Who took the decision? Joe Biden? President Joe Biden, did you take this decision of kidnapping Alex Saab and taking him to the United States? Did you? Who took this decision? The Secretary of State, Anthony Blinken? Who took this decision? This meant a stab for dialogues in Mexico. I hope, and I say this in front of this assembly, I hope they give action, positive actions and rectifying actions, and sooner or later that we are able to retake these dialogues in Mexico as the country expects in order to move forward in proposals, and important proposals that we had already talked about and discussed, and they actually were very much advanced. So the year 2021 was a year of political consolidation, and as we said it before, by consolidating this institution, democracy and peace, that after consolidating internal stability and the political dialogue and understanding between the Venezuelan people, we have created the precise conditions to start economic recovery of the path of growth and the diversification of productive forces in Venezuela. And this was exactly what happened. The year 2021, after 5 years of burning and financial persecution, embargoes, and commercial blockade, we have achieved activation of economic forces, real forces of the Venezuelan society, by going above circumstances and activating the 17 engines of economic agenda, alternative Bolivarian agenda, and also quite patiently, intelligence, decisions, proper decisions, and correct decisions in the field, in the monetary fields, commercial, fiscal, fierce exchange, in the areas of productive investment. I can announce today that Venezuela, after 5 years of economic war and blockade and boycott, has recovered the path of economic growth. The third trimester of this year, the economy was able to reach a 7.6%. And specialized institutions, the statistics of this institution expect a growth by 2021 above 4% of the national economy, which is a wonderful achievement of our country. The growth of foreign trade, the growth of export to a 33%, the growth of foreign trade and imports that has been done by the very private citizens in a real economy sustainable. Dr. Calixto Ortega, President of the Central Bank of Venezuela, my greetings for you. Mr. Tarek Aysaman, economic vice president of the country,
Mi saludo.
my greetings also
¿Cómo está la salud, Tare?
for you. How are you? How are you feeling? I'm feeling
¿Cómo
perfect.
está la salud de Tare? ¿Qué dicen en TikTok? Pues en TikTok están matando a Tare, que Dios te...
What is being said in TikTok, because they were killing him in TikTok.
Alá te dé larga vida y
So
te
God
proteja.
gives you long life and protect you.
Mala noticia para los tiktokeros,
But this is
mala
a
gente.
bad news for the
Y buena noticia para
TikTokers,
los tiktokeros, buena gente.
and a good news for the
Tare
good
está en
TikTokers.
perfecto estado de salud y
His
va a ser
health
ministro
is
durante
in
muchos
perfect condition, and he's going to be a
años. Y
minister for
vicepresidente
many,
de
many
Economía
years.
durante muchos
And
años.
he's going to be a vice president of economy for many, many years.
Tac, tic,
TikTok, TikTok.
tac. Ustedes no se han hecho adictos a TikTok.
Have you not become addict to
La
TikTok?
cosa es fuerte,
This is strong.
¿verdad, Silita?
Isn't it
No
so?
le he saludado,
Silita,
vale.
I have not greeted you.
Señora diputada Cilia Flores de Maduro, primera
Mrs.
combatiente.
Deputy Member Cilia Flores de Maduro, first
Primera dama
combatant,
también la llaman.
first lady also they call
Primera
her.
dama y primera combatiente.
She's the first lady and the first combatant.
Aquí están los datos, fíjate, el
So
crecimiento
we
del
have-
tercer trimestre.
We have
Todavía está la
the
medición
statistic
del
here,
cuarto
the
trimestre.
growth of the third
Déjame
trimester.
decirle que
We still have the
la
figures for the
explosión
fourth.
económica, comercial que
It's an
hubo
economic explosion and
en
commercial.
el trimestre de octubre, noviembre, diciembre,
In
ustedes lo vieron con sus
October,
ojos, ¿verdad?
November, and December, you witnessed this.
Fue superior,
It
casi
was
el doble
much
del resto
higher, almost
de
a
los
double
tres trimestres
of the previous three
anteriores del año
trimesters
2021.
of 2021.
El tercer trimestre
The
crecimos
third
7.6,
trimester,
dije,
we
¿verdad?
grew 7.6. Did I say that?
Y se proyecta un
And it is
crecimiento
expected
anual
an
2021,
annual
ya lo dirán
growth.
los expertos en sus
Experts
estudios,
will say this in
superior
their
al
studies.
4%.
So we expect
Hubo
above
un aumento del
4%.
consumo de los hogares
There was an increase in consumption of homes, 4.9%.
son indicadores
These are
económicos
economic indicators, concrete
de la
indicators
economía real
of the real economy
que ha reaccionado para bien
that has
luego de la recuperación de
reacted
la estabilidad
for
condición
the
sine
good.
qua non para emprender
So this is a
la gran
condition
tarea, la
to
gran gesta de la
implement
recuperación económica
the
de Venezuela.
recovery of Venezuela.
Del ganar,
So this is a win-win
porque ¿a quién
situation
puede perjudicar?
because
Pregunto yo,
I
señores
wonder
diputados,
who can become
señores generales,
damaged.
ministros, ministras, gobernadores, gobernadoras, pregunto yo,
This is my question. Who
¿a
can be
quién puede
affected?
perjudicar en Venezuela que la economía,
Who can be affected by the economy
ritmos de crecimiento,
and who can be affected by
que la
the
economía
economy
se
to have
recupere en la
small
expansión, en la generación de bienes y servicios,
growth?
en la generación de riqueza monetaria,
So we need to generate wealth, monetary wealth. We need to generate
en la
employment,
generación de bienestar,
and we
del
also
vivir viviendo.
need to
¿A
generate
quién puede
well-being.
perjudicar?
So who can become
Porque ha habido
affected
sectores en la política nacional
by damaging these
que han apostado toda su
factors?
capital,
There have been
toda su fuerza y poder
people
político
that
a
have
hacerle
used
daño a la economía
all of their
nacional, a la
capital
industria
and political
nacional,
forces to
a la
damage
moneda
the
nacional.
national industry and the national currency.
¿Por qué se le prohíbe a Venezuela
Why is Venezuela
exportar
prohibited
petróleo, vender petróleo,
from exporting oil and buying
todos los insumos
all of the
necesarios y repuestos
necessary
para producir petróleo,
supplies
para producir gasolina,
for
para
producing
producir gasoil?
oil,
¿Por qué
gas
se le
oil,
prohíbe a Venezuela
gasoline? Why is
su libertad
Venezuela
económica, su
banned
libertad
from
comercial?
doing this? Why is our commercial
¿Por qué
freedom
Venezuela no tiene
affected?
derecho
Don't we have the right
a vender los
to
productos,
sell
valga la expresión, que produce,
to
a
sell
vender
the
sus
products
riquezas al exterior,
that we produce and to
recibir
sell
las
the wealth
ganancias
to
e
the abroad and
invertirlas en
to receive the
salario,
earnings, the
empleo,
incomes, and invest them in
educación,
salaries,
salud,
employment, health,
vivienda,
housing,
infraestructuras, carreteras,
education, infrastructure, roads,
servicios públicos?
public services.
¿Quién le
Who took the right from the people of Venezuela to have economic freedom, commercial freedom, and go out into the world seeking what we need for our economic life? I wonder about this in the framework of the announcement of an economic real growth that we have achieved with efforts and national work. I appreciate all workers and entrepreneurs and businessmen in this country. I appreciate it because this is a shared achievement, it's a national achievement, and I thank everyone involved in this. This is a success of everybody. It's a beautiful evening, isn't it? It's impossible to have it more beautiful. Allow me to make this comment. But as I was drinking water, I was able to watch the evening. I was able to see the way you have prepared this event. And if something was missing, Celia, was the moon. It's a crescent moon, illuminating the beautiful skies of patriotic Caracas. Beautiful and safe, the Caracas of the liberator. Long live beauties. I was commenting on some statistic, and probably the National Bank, the Vice President of Economy, the Executive Vice President, who's also the Minister of Finance, and she has the rulings of the finance and the public hacienda. So Dr. Leslie Rodriguez, monetary expression. We are increasing politics, actions, events of the digital economy. In the year 2020, there were 121,432,000 transactions by means of digital media. In 2021, we had 201 million transactions, registering a 65% in economic transactions. As to economic transactions, we mean the national currency, the Bolivar, because we have been achieving mechanisms, Mr. Vice President, haven't we? A mechanism that allow for the recovery of the Bolivia and the coexistence with dollar and other currencies and cryptocurrencies that function in the national economy. This is the economy of the new times. It's the economy of the future, the coexistence of currencies. In this case, Venezuela has not rejected and will never reject the Bolivar currency, but we want the recovery over the basis of real wealth, and we are reaching this step by step. This is in the midst of an economic war, not in the midst of a country that is subject to war, pressure, measures. Over 504 sanctions and economic attacks Venezuela had to go through in the last years against the entire economy, industry, commercial apparatus, financial apparatus. And as to oil production, in December, we were able to reach an important figure by reaching 1 million barrels a day with the participation of oil workers. This year we have as a goal to reach 2 million barrels a day to continue contributing to the economy. This is the commitment that I have made to the workers of the oil industry. Likewise, in the framework of the new economy post-rent economy and the program of replacement of imports, the agricultural production played an important role and fundamental role. I can say that we went from in the national food programs, isn't it so, Minister of Food Production, Major General Leal, we recovered in a very important manner the production of clubs in Venezuela. 2 or 3 years ago, we still 60 or 70% of clubs were imported, fully made from abroad. With the measures by the government of Donald Trump and the persecution against businessmen from those countries that sold them to it, actually there was a moment in which all the doors were closed worldwide, all of them. This is 2019, 2020. All the doors were closed in order to kill the CLAPS program. That extreme right was becoming very happy and conspiring. There was a conspiracy against Alex Saab. The people of Venezuela must know this. The conspiracy against the businessman and diplomatic man Alex Saab actually was born to destroy clubs.
Nació para destruir los clubs. Nació para destruir la importación de insumos.
To destroy the imports of supplies for the agro industry, the imports of food and drugs, and to destroy the clubs. And then we reset our objectives, which was to produce the clubs in our soil. And I can say today that 96% of clubs today that reach Venezuelan homes are produced nationally and are produced by the agro industry in Venezuela and the Venezuelan economy. These are small details and figures of the growth of oil industry, and with the economic strategy well conducted, with the economic dialogue of all actors. We hope that this year 2022 become a year to maintain this economic growth of the real economy, to stimulate the social economy, a phenomenon that today
alegra a muchos hogares de Venezuela
makes lots of homes in Venezuela quite happy. And into the year 2022 will have to be marked as the year of the strengthening of this economic growth. And this will be the year of the appearance of entrepreneurs in our country, the area of social entrepreneurship, familiar entrepreneurship. There are thousands and thousands of men and women, many of whom are very young, that have become committed in their knowledge and in their work, and have become today entrepreneurs in our country, and they go out in the street to offer their products and their goods and services, their capacities of work. And I tell them, and I tell them that this year, 2022, we're going to go into an expansion of the credit and finance and support to entrepreneurship. And I am calling the entire bank system, private bank system, to focus on the entrepreneurs and to support them with the 4 Fs. Could you please give a microphone to Hector Rodriguez? He has found a formula. And we were discussing this formula these days. This is a formula of support to entrepreneurs. And they call this formula 4 Fs. This is a good name, 4 Fs. Especially because this year we are celebrating 30 years of the anti-imperialist rebellion of Commander Hugo Chavez and the Bolivarian movement, which actually occurred on that February 4th of 1992. So this is a greeting for the 4th of February. Hector Rodriguez, welcome. What can you tell the country about this formula you have discovered? Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening to you and all governors and colleagues that are watching us. First of all, I'd like to congratulate you and the entire people of Venezuela, because as you have well said, this has consolidated peace dialogue, and this dialogue that has been consolidated and this victory in the Constitution before the imperial agenda has brought about economic growth despite the embargo, and this year must go on, and without a doubt in the entire country, Mr. President, there's will and capacities in every community, school, universities. Young people are implementing projects and implementing actions to produce and to build a better future and to overcome the embargo. So in this sense, we have initiated experience that we have shared with you called the 4 Fs. The first is formation. Most entrepreneurs know what they want to do and how. But when they have to go into a bank to make certain administrative processes and financial processes, not necessarily do they have this type of knowledge. So they need support in this sense, in this financial sense. The second F has to do with the formalization. The status and bureaucracy makes it difficult for entrepreneurs to carry out the process and creating enterprise and bank accounts. So it seems that the bureaucracy is against them. So for this reason, it is so important that the entire governmental apparatus is able to share and support of formalization. The third F, Mr. President, has to do with the finance that is necessary for this idea and proposal can become true. And the last F has to do with fairs, where our entrepreneurs can show this talent and capacity. I am convinced, Mr. President, that in Venezuela we are able to do everything we need to live with dignity, and you have started this path. And you may rest assured that in our country we are willing to do this. Very well, thank you. The 4 F's of entrepreneurship, very punctual, and they must be taken into consideration by the Minister of Finance, Dr. Delcy Rodriguez, Vice President of Economy. This must be taken into account by the President of the Public Bank. Listen to all of this. Do we have a President of the Bank here? Bicentennial Bank Treasurer and the Treasury. Presidents of the private banks, we need to open the folders, the prioritized folders for entrepreneurs, men and women, with these 4 F's. Formation, the facilitation, financing, and fairs. That means the market, in order to be able to place their products in a permanent way. Another important element has been the fight against induced hyperinflation. Inflation is one of the worst evils we have had to face in the modality of economic war against the people. This is an economic war against the people to generate necessity, hunger, and to try to surrender the people because of hunger, despair, and to try to make the people surrender and deliver their sovereignty to the powerful in the world. Ambassadors that are here, you are leaving a page, a unique page in the history of resistance of a country against one of the worst wars that we have had to live all through these years.
We have been taking with a lot of patience and protection, social protection to the people. In the last 4 months, we've had consecutively inflation of only 1 digit. So the inflation in 2021 was the lowest inflation, being December the month of most pressures in the scheme of induced inflation, was the lowest since 2015. It was the lowest inflation since 2015, the inflation of last December. This makes us optimists in surpassing and overcoming the weight of hyperinflation with a lot of discipline, effort, work, with a lot of intelligence, audacity, and wisdom. The year, so that in 2022, we take a road to defeat the high inflation. Likewise, in the currency change, we have managed to work on a system that between July and December of 2021, we have achieved to change the monetary change, an increase in an average of 3.3% in 5 months, having increased in the past, in the years of the hard conspiracy in 2020, having increased in 150 and 200 in a single month. Decisions and measures have been working, and especially a tacit consensus in the economic actors of Venezuela, that the economy works, that it takes its road of functional institutions, it takes its own road, and that economy is a place, is a space where all of us create functioning creation. There we could have an answer, a response to the question I was asking. I used to say, who benefits from the attack to the economy, from the destruction of the economy? Some in the Venezuelan opposition have had the theory in the opposition parties, and from some businessmen, multimillionaire businessmen, opposition businessmen, so that play permanently in the business of conspiracy in their jobs. They have guilt through the years that the worse the economy, then the fastest they get to power. I just say they have made the people suffer. They have created pains and sacrifices. But how far they are from the political power? You, extremists, Mr. Extremists from the right enterprises, how far you are from the love and support of the people? So I asked the question, rephrased in a different way. Who benefits? That the economy functions in a balance with responsibility and discipline. Who benefits from a growing economy in services, in employment, in good salaries? Who benefits from an economy that is growing, that is diversified, and that it finds new ways and new products that generates wealth for the country? Who benefits from this? It benefits us all, men and women, to the whole country, without a question. It benefits the whole country. It's good for the company, man or woman. It's good for the working class. It's good for the teachers, for the doctors, for the entrepreneur, for the housewife, for the families, for the grandma, for the aunt, the father, the student. It's convenient for the whole country. And if we want a sample, let's review beyond numbers of the economic growth, of the trade, of foreign trade growth. Let's review today the conditions of 2021 in comparison to 2019 of the Venezuelan families. Without a question, we have gone from a hard resistance stage to a stage of recovery. And from there, we have to go to a new stage of flourishing, of diversification, of sustainable growth for generation of wealth, products, and assets for our country. It's a win-win situation. It's a win-win for the good of all. For the good of all. For love among all, with love to all. All men and women. My greetings, Maria León. To Fernando Soto Rojas. To Nolito Caterras. Tres chamanes. Two shaman women and one shaman man. To the countryland in resistance. Two women shaman and one man shaman. A warm, affectionate greeting. Let's continue in all these battles. The economy. We have to do a lot. We have to continue doing. There is a lot to be done. We have to continue saying and calling our people. In 2021, it was also a year to fight the pandemic.
creó un método
Venezuela created a method, our method,
made in Venezuela,
made in Venezuela,
criollito,
Creole.
que es el método 7+7.
There is a method 7 plus
Es
7.
un método que fuimos perfeccionando,
It's a method that we were perfecting
que permitía combinar
that allows to
una
combine
semi-cuarentena
a semi-quarantine
con una semiflexibilización.
with a semi-flexibilization.
Depende de cómo usted vea.
It depends on how you see
Si el
it.
vaso medio vacío,
If you see the glass half full or half empty.
se combinaba una cuarentena flexible,
It
7
is
días,
combine a flexible quarantine for 7 days with protection,
con una flexibilización que permitió
with a flexibilization that
la
allowed
activación de la economía y de la
the
vida social.
activation of economy and social life of Venezuelans.
El 7+7,
7 plus 7
bueno, siempre ha dado resultado
has always worked,
y lo mantuvimos.
and we kept it.
Hemos mantenido los métodos preventivos
We have kept the preventive measures
de la medicina familiar,
of family medicine,
buscando los casos en la visita casa por casa,
looking for the cases in a house-to-house visit,
propios métodos,
developing our own methods
pandemia que no cesa
in the
en
middle
el
of a
mundo.
pandemic that would not stop around the
Es
world.
mentira lo que dicen en algunos lugares.
It's a lie what they say in
La
some
pandemia
places.
ya se acabó,
That the
que la
pandemic is
pandemia
over,
ya pasó.
that the pandemic is
No es
gone.
verdad.
It's not true.
La pandemia ni se acabó,
Pandemic is
ni
not
pasó.
over,
La
and it's
pandemia
not
está
through.
vivita y coleando en el mundo,
It's living
afectando
and
a
well,
millones de seres
affecting
humanos.
millions of human beings.
Hay que ver cómo la pandemia abate Europa,
We have to see how the pandemic
Estados Unidos, Brasil,
is slamming
y otros
Europe,
países del mundo.
the United States, Brazil, and other countries of the world.
Con mucho esfuerzo
We started with a lot of effort
a obtener las vacunas.
to obtain the vaccines.
Quiero agradecer
I would like to thank
a nuestros hermanos del mundo.
to our brothers in the world.
Sin su cooperación,
With
su apoyo solidario,
whose cooperation and solidarity support would have been impossible
traer las vacunas
to bring the vaccines
y vacunar al pueblo de Venezuela.
and vaccinate the Venezuelan
Hoy
people.
estamos llegando
Today,
al 95%
we have reached
de la
95%
población adulta vacunada.
of adult population vaccinated.
95%.
95%.
Gracias a China,
Thanks to China,
Rusia,
to Russia,
a Cuba.
to Cuba.
Gracias a nuestros hermanos y hermanas
Thanks
del
to
mundo.
our brothers and
Venezuela
sisters of the
consigue
world,
sus vacunas.
Venezuela got its vaccines.
Y empezamos la vacunación
And we started
de
vaccination
los niños mayores de 2 años.
of kids older than 2 years old.
La vacunación en los últimos días.
The vaccination has been intensified in the last days.
Para la educación.
Ministry of the Popular Power for Education,
La
Jelixe,
avanzadora,
the one ahead,
ministra
the
Jelixe
vanguard,
avanzadora,
Minister Jelixe.
me dan números nuevos y crecientes.
They give me numbers, growing numbers of schools and colleges,
Se están vacunando los niños y niñas mayores de 2 años.
boys and girls over 2 years old are getting vaccinated. It's very important
Que llegáramos a esa meta, 95,
that we reach that goal.
100% de toda la
95%
población de 2 años en adelante.
of all population over 2 years old.
Espectacular, porque estaríamos
It will be
protegiéndonos
spectacular
ante la
because we will be
incertidumbre que no
protecting
sabemos,
ourselves
la
against the
incertidumbre de qué
uncertainty,
va a pasar
the uncertainty of what's going to happen
con estas variantes que
with these new
surgen
variants
en el mundo.
around the world.
Yo le digo a los padres,
I tell parents,
levanten la mano los que son padres,
raise your hands, those who are parents, who are fathers and mothers.
levanten los que son abuelos,
Raise those who are grandparents.
abuelas. Bueno, si uno cuando le nace un hijo
When you have a
o
child,
una hija,
a daughter or a son,
cuando uno le nace una nieta,
when you have a granddaughter or a grandson,
lo primero que está pendiente es
the
del
first
pediatra
thing you
y la
are
vacuna.
attentive to is pediatrician and vaccines,
Y le
right?
ponen la vacuna tal,
And they get these
ministro
vaccination.
Carlos Coronado,
Minister Carlos Coronado,
¿dónde está?
where is he?
Alvarado, perdón.
Alvarado,
Coronado.
pardon.
Tiene coronado su santo.
He has his saint crowned.
Carlos Alvarado,
Carlos Alvarado.
Es lo primero, ¿verdad?
That is the
Carlos?
first thing, right, Carlos?
Nosotros anualmente hacemos las jornadas de vacunación
Every year
para
we
niños y niñas.
have vaccination days for
Y le damos
girls and
casi
boys.
12 vacunas.
And we provide almost 12 vaccines totally free of charge. 12
Quiere
vaccines
decir que
Diosdado,
los sistemas
which means
de estímulo inmunológico
which immune
de protección
systems
están diseñados
are designed
a través de las vacunas
through
y
vaccines
sus conceptos
and their concepts,
fundamentalmente para proteger a los niños y
mainly
niñas.
to protect boys and girls.
Esta vacuna surgió para adultos,
This vaccine
producto de la pandemia.
emerged for adults due to the pandemic.
Pero si alguien está preparado para recibir una vacuna,
But if someone is prepared to receive a vaccine, those are the children.
así que
So
vayan con toda confianza
go
y
and
pongan
trust
su vacuna de
and
protección
get your
contra
children
el coronavirus a los
vaccinated
niños y niñas
against
mayores de 2 años.
COVID-19 to kids over 2 years old.
Que es para
Go in confidence, because that will be for their own good.
es para mantener las clases
Besides,
presenciales,
it is to maintain face-to-face lessons,
que es otro de los logros
which is another achievement
del año 2021.
of 2021.
Por fin pudimos volver a las clases
Finally,
presenciales
we could go back to class, to
y
face-to-face
las hemos
classes,
mantenido.
and we have kept them.
Y les digo a los padres, madres,
And I tell
abuelas y
parents,
representantes,
mothers, grandmothers,
y
and
les
tutors,
digo a los estudiantes y las
I
estudiantes,
tell students,
a los maestros, maestras,
teachers,
profesores y profesoras,
professors,
las clases presenciales
face-to-face
han sido una
lessons
bendición
have been a
para
blessing
reconectar
to
a los
reconnect the
estudiantes
students
con sus libros,
with their
con sus
books,
estudios,
with their
con su
studies,
trabajo,
with their
con
work,
sus compañeritos,
with their
con sus
colleagues,
amistades,
with
con
their
la vida
friends,
social.
with social life.
Ha sido muy, muy beneficioso
It has been very, very
para la
good
psiquis colectiva,
for this collective
para
psyche,
el vivir viviendo, para el
for
compartir de
to
la
continue
familia,
living, for sharing the family,
reconectar a nuestros
to
niños,
reconnect our kids,
que muchos andaban por ahí al garete.
because many of them were
Uno los
stranded.
veía en las calles.
You saw them in the streets,
En grupos.
in groups.
Uno los veía para acá, para allá.
You used to see them,
Grupos de 6, 10, 15
groups of
muchachos.
6, 10,
Ahora
15
esos grupos están en las escuelas.
children. Now they are in the
Esos grupos
schools.
están en el liceo.
Now they are in the
Tenemos que
colleges.
hacer un esfuerzo extraordinario.
And we have to do an extraordinary effort.
Yelitze, te
Yelitze,
iba a decir Aristóbulo.
I was going to call you
Iba a
Aristobulo.
decir un gran esfuerzo Aristóbulo.
I was going to send a
Parece que
great
su
effort,
espíritu está aquí
Aristobulu.
presente.
It must be
Nuestro
because
gran
his
Aristóbulo
spirit
Turi,
is
nuestro
here with us
maestro
today.
querido,
Our
nuestro
dear
hermano
teacher,
mayor.
our older brother,
Yelitze,
Yelitze.
hay que hacer un inmenso esfuerzo.
We have to make an immense effort.
Social, es la tarea que te di,
Social
Mervin.
Vice President is the
Tienes
task I
esa
gave
tarea,
you.
Mervin,
You have to do that task, Mervyn,
de aumentar la escolarización.
to increase
Hemos
school
logrado, diputados y
scholarization.
diputadas,
We have achieved
superar el 90% de
to increase the
escolarización en
90%
promedio en la educación
of
venezolana.
school students,
Y hemos logrado
and we have achieved
superar el 84%
to go over
de la educación
84%
pública
of public
gratuita de
free
calidad en el
education
marco de la educación general.
within the framework of general education.
El 84%
84% of the Venezuelan students are in schools, museums, and public universities. Take notes, ambassadors for your respective governments. We can. Public education, quality education, it's possible. You can. When neoliberals tell you you cannot do, that you have to privatize everything, we can. We can do that.
Hoy quiero extender
I would like to extend today
mis bendiciones
my blessings
y abrazos,
and hugs, embrace
felicitación
of
a los
congratulations
maestros y maestras del país.
to women and men, teachers of the country,
Día
as
glorioso,
today, February 15th, glorious day of teachers.
felicitaciones, Alexis Corredor.
Congratulations, Alexis Corredor. teacher of peoples, rector of the National Council. There I met him in the valleys of Tuy. Congratulations to all of you. You're going to have good news today, these days. Something authorized for you. So pandemic. With the pandemic, we have to protect ourselves. I've been studying with the COVID Commission, COVID-19 Commission, the behavior of pandemics in other stages of history, the behavior of the Black Plague that destroyed 60% of the European population back then. It took 200, 300 years, the recovery of that population after that pandemic. I mean, the number of the population. I was studying the behavior of the wrongly called Spanish flu 100 years ago. I was also studying a pernicious flu in 1957 that affected the population, the Asian population. But they stopped it. I was studying the behavior of the pandemic in Venezuela. We've had to face in 2021 all the variants. We had the Brazilian variant P1. We had the Brazilian variant P2. We had the Delta variant. In December we had Omicron. Today, the Omicron is prevailing. Minister Alvarado, because Omicron variant is highly transmissible. It surpasses all other variants, highly contagious. It's breaking records in everywhere in the world. It's destroying all health systems around the world. The scientific evidence tells us it's less dangerous and lethal. But I say, comrade, coronavirus is coronavirus and is a treacherous thing. And the other thing you say, you know, coronavirus is a treacherous thing. And it's really evil. Nobody can be trusted. Those who feel this is a tiny flu, they have to go to the medical center. We have to do an effort. Dr. Daisy Rodriguez, Dr. Alvarado, Dr. Gabriela, men and women Venezuelan physicians, those in neighborhoods. They have been 2 years during stress and exhaustion of a pandemic. You have to see a doctor. They have been on duty for 2 years. While we are sleeping, resting in our homes, sharing with their families. There, in the emergency, in the basic clinics, there are the nurses, the doctors, the true heroes of the country, assisting the people. It's worth an applause in recognition. It's worth the support, the effective, direct, real support. And besides, to call you not to get tired, because the Omicron variant is more contagious. We have to protect ourselves. If you take care of yourself, you will do well. Those who take care of themselves, they do well. In December, we had the crazy hour. Do you know what the crazy hour is? Someone has participated of any crazy hour. Yep. Mario Silva is always in the crazy hour.
Diciembre fue la hora loca.
December was the crazy hour.
Pero no aquí, en el mundo entero.
But not here, all around the world.
La gente creyó que se había acabado el coronavirus.
People thought the coronavirus was over.
En la última semana de diciembre.
In the last week of December, I have the data here, the statistics.
En la última semana de diciembre.
In the last week of December.
Y primera semana de enero.
And first week of January.
Venezuela logró un récord.
Venezuela had a record
de los casos de coronavirus.
in the diminishing of coronavirus crisis. And they had 5 cases per 100,000 inhabitants. In the same day that Spain had 1,300 per 100,000, Venezuela only had 5 cases for 100,000 inhabitants. And then later, the crazy hour was expressed. And I have to say that we made it to 18 cases for 100,000 cases. It's an exponential increase. In 15 days, from 5 to 18 cases, is concerning. That's why I made a call to take care of yourselves, to protect yourselves, to get the vaccine. Fortunately, we have enough vaccines to vaccinate the entire Venezuelan population over 2 years old. In 2022, we have all the vaccines in storage units, in stocks to vaccinate you all. To get the boosters. Who of those here get the vaccine 6 months ago? All of you have to go and get the boosters tomorrow. Who got the boosters? Who has not get the booster? Tare, you're a prosecutor. Rui. Who raised a hand over there? Roside. The rectors of the electoral power. Mario, you have to quit smoking. You get 2 Belmont boxes every day. I have that information from the Secret Service. You have to quit smoking, Mario. There's a good method to quit smoking. I'll show you later. So we are at 18 cases per 100,000. Those who fulfill 6 months after the vaccine, automatic, you gotta go to the medical center and get your booster. We vaccinated with Sputnik, with Abdala from Cuba, very powerful vaccine, and with several Chinese vaccines, fortunately. So let's take care of ourselves. I say, and I want this not to be manipulated, that we will not give up to these protection measures. We will not stop. It is a lie that the pandemic is a simple flu. Those countries who treat this as a simple flu are making a terrible and tragic mistake against the health of the population. This is a pandemic. This Omicron is more contagious, even though it's less lethal. Some say this might be the end of the pandemic, but no one knows. These are only speculations. If we vaccinate, we're getting ready for any kind of a scenario. And Venezuela has the method 7+7 whenever we need to use it. But I ask the media and social networks not to manipulate what I say. Because the 2 times I've spoken about this, they have manipulated my information. Stupidly manipulated.
Winston me alertó en estos días.
Winston alerted me in these days.
El heredero de
The heir
Amador Bendayán, ¿no es?
of Amador Bendayán,
Primer presentador del país. Winston
first
no era
presenter of the
nadie.
country. Nobody beats Winston.
Pasa que se dedicó fue a la política.
He just
Si
devoted to
Winston tuviera un
politics.
programa
If he had a show,
en vivo
live show,
de entretenimiento
an entertaining live
los
show
sábados,
on Saturday,
rompería récord
he will break
de
records
sintonía. Winston Vallenilla,
of
mírenlo ahí,
rating records.
está calladito, en cualquier
Look at
momento
that.
sale con su nuevo
He's
programa.
quiet. Anytime he
Winston
premieres
de
with his
Maravilla se va a
new
llamar.
show,
El Chico Maravilla.
Wonder Winston is going to be called.
Chico Maravilla no.
Wonder Kid.
Hombre Maravilla.
No. Wonder Man.
Y está al lado nada más y nada menos que del primer actor,
And he's
el
right
galán
next
de los
to
barrios,
the first actor,
diputado y presidente del movimiento de teatro
president
para
of the
niños y
theater
niñas
movement for
y
kids
jóvenes, César Mejía.
and youngsters, Cesar.
Primer actor, el galán de los
First
barrios.
actor, the attractive, the hot shot of the neighborhoods.
Así que, ¿qué vendrá en la pandemia?
So what's going to come
Lo
next
que
in the
tiene que venir
pandemic?
es cuidarse.
What we have to do is to take care of ourselves. Protection.
Después, nuestros científicos irán determinando
Later,
cómo
our
van a-
scientists will determine the rest.
los tres elementos clave
The three
para
main
enfrentar la
elements to
pandemia
face the pandemic
y para mantener nuestras libertades,
and to maintain our freedoms,
porque hay sectores negacionistas
because
en
there are
Europa
negative sectors in Europe
y en la derecha latinoamericana
and in the right, Latin American right, that say that vaccination is losing our freedoms. I say it's all the way around.
es garantizar
Vaccination
la libertad para poder
is guaranteeing
moverse en
our
la
freedom
sociedad.
to be able to move around society,
Protegida.
protected.
La vacuna es sinónimo de
Vaccine is a synonym of freedom.
libertad. Y los tres componentes,
And the three components,
cuidarse
the three components to take care of ourselves, to get vaccinated,
y tener listos los tratamientos mejores del mundo que
and
los
get ready
tenemos.
for the best
Tenemos los
treatments in the
mejores
world.
tratamientos
We
del
have the
mundo.
best treatments in
Y
the world.
esperemos la evolución
And let's hope for the
y que nadie manipule
development.
cuando yo digo que
And
no
let's hope nobody
renunciamos
manipulates when I say we will not give up 7+7 if we need this further ahead. If we need it. Right now, I don't think we need it. And that Venezuela can continue working, protecting themselves responsibly, as we have been doing so far, with full flexibilization of liberties. So it is very important, all of this struggle, all this fight,
para seguir el tiempo que haga falta
to continue the time
enfrentando
we need,
la pandemia,
facing the pandemic,
avanzando contra la pandemia,
moving forward against the
resistiendo
pandemic,
contra la
resisting
pandemia.
against the pandemic.
En otra dimensión
In a different dimension
de la batalla que dimos en el año
of the
2021
fight we had in 2021
tiene que ver con lo social.
is related to the social.
Restituir el estado de bienestar social.
To regain the status of
Es allí donde
social
están las heridas
well-being.
más profundas
That's where we have our deepest wounds,
y donde está la resistencia
and where we have
más intensa de nuestra parte.
the most intense resistance on our
Con los
part,
consejos comunales, las
with the
comunas,
community councils,
con los CLAP,
with the clubs,
con las VC, con la
with the
fuerza social,
UBHs, with social forces,
atendiendo al que sufre, al que necesita.
assisting those who suffer, those who need it.
El año pasado dedicamos en el
Last year,
presupuesto
we dedicated in the budget 76% of the budget
del gasto y la inversión
of
presupuestaria
expenses
del año
and
en materia
investment
social.
in social matters, social
¿En
issues.
qué? Cuando
In
hablamos de lo
what?
social,
When we're talking about social,
en el carnet de la patria y los sistemas de bono,
in the ID of the homeland and bonus system that saves the lives of people by the end of the month when the salary is not enough. The bonus systems, in what when we're talking about social, in public health, in recovering all of the health centers in the country, in public free education, in guaranteeing this quality of education, in the construction of houses. To place the human being at the center with the great missions. I created a special plan to assist poverty and extreme poverty in the country through social cartography created by Ricardo Menéndez. It's a methodology I have to acknowledge, Mr. Chinese ambassador, something I learned in China, and that we have brought to Venezuela with our modality of social cartography to determine the specific points in the map and the territory in which there is more need, and address directly there to take food, income, health, housing assistance, and also human assistance that is so needed for those who suffer, for those who need it, for those who are lonely. The plan Love in Action to the victims of blockade. I would like to say, young minister, if you would remove your mask, you'll be able to say to our people, because sometimes we don't have this information out there, at how this movement, how this government movement of social workers of social action that comprises 250,000 people, that this movement, how in an invisible way reaches the last community, the last neighbor, to carry hope, love, and attention to those in need, to the poorest ones. I would like to, if we could, a microphone to this young revolutionary leader from Mérida, that today is a minister of youth and sports. He's a vice president social for the social work. How have we been doing this year? The plan we have worked of love and action to assist those, the victims of economic war. Good evening to you, to all the country. As you have mentioned, in 2021, it was a year for the recovery, for the well-being, the social well-being created by the Bolivarian Revolution, paying a social debt, a historic debt that was impossible to pay to the economic blockade, and this was damaging and wounded the Venezuelan people. So you created this plan, Love in Action, to the victims of economic blockade, and it consists that every level of the Bolivarian government, national, regional, municipal, and especially popular power, the communal councils, through the system of missions and great missions, and with the glorious movement We Are Venezuela, deployed all over the national territory, week by week, during the 52 weeks of the year, they go to 2,500 communities that have been identified with more vulnerabilities. So there are 1,800 bases for the social work, and they are under construction, and with the attention in terms of health with nurses, physicians, students, of medical students, in matters of food supplied, with the supply chains, with the plan of protein Cayapa, all their supply food programs, and in matters of public services. We have also added water, electricity, gas, and all this social protection for the most vulnerable, for those who have disabilities, with the delivery of those revolutionary aids, those who are pensioned, those who, for the pregnant women who are breastfeeding, so that besides that, those who are not in the school system, we reach and we find those to reach 100% of school students. And this ID for the homeland has been able to be more efficient for these policies for our people. So, President Maduro, we have allowed to take social protection to those most vulnerable. And as long as the United States government blockades our country, the government, the Bolivarian government, will protect those where ministers, governors, social leaders are deployed. I would like to thank you on behalf of that people that is in the territory and that is expressing this fraternal embrace for this plan, Love in Action, to the victims of the economic blockade that continues deployed all over the national territory. I would like to thank, on behalf of 29 missions that do all these in social matters and this extraordinary work in a special way. Over the weekends, they also deploy all over the territory. Thank you, Mervyn. And Mervyn is turning years today. It's his birthday. So I want to see on the map, Ricardo, on the social cartography map, we want to establish where extreme poverty is, where general poverty is, where there is need. The need of needs, the unsatisfied basic needs, which is a concept by the United Nations to determine unsatisfied basic needs. They have 3 or 4 basic needs. Those who have 3 or 4 fall into the category of extreme poverty. I would like to get an explanation from the minister before providing the data for extreme poverty and general poverty. After this immense effort we do to assist our people, not to leave our people orphans, abandoned and alone, to accompany them in their battle for development, for equality and equity. So the issue of the unsatisfied basic needs. Minister. So following your discourse is valid to refer to about this historic stage. We have been talking about how the Venezuelan people has been attacked, and this is an attack focused on the social well-being and the people's well-being. So that if anybody can see our faces, and if they have done this research on where they can inflict more pain in our people. It's like they're placing pins on our bodies. It's in the hunger. Well, I'm going to affect their hunger. It's in the health. So then I point a pin on their heart. So this is a Machiavellic action that's been preparing against our people. Every time we do efforts, economic efforts, they are looking to suffocate the Venezuelan economy. But they're not trying to suffocate the government. They're trying to suffocate our people. That's why the response that the Bolivarian Revolution has been done to is through the government. They started with this concept of resilience. And this, when you came from the United Nations and you instructed us to achieve these goals, sometimes we did not understand this. So the resilience concept, it was hard for me to understand the reach of this. So today is universal department for the study of resilience, how you can attack and how you can kneel a people by hunger. So the CLAP from last year, this is a department for the study of resilience, of how they can affect the health of our people and how we face the pandemic with no money, with no resources, and having the vaccines and have this planted and distributed all over the country. And this is the convictions of our revolution. You made reference to the social cartography, to the planning of as a social action and popular action. What we're trying to do is that the CLAP, the council communes, is about having a representation of our problems we have, and this is going to become a social cartography, but also a map of revolutionary management. And a main element is the poverty with unsatisfied basic needs. It's almost 47 concepts to define poverty. And this has 5 main variables. So one of the definitions of poverty, there has to be with income. And this is where they try to affect and create a problem with inflation. So we were based on the unsatisfied basic needs. One of those is the having too many people, gentrification. And there is another that is a concept of public education, public and free education. If I may, Mr. President, I have to be, our people has to remember that when the concept of grabbing,
and you actually were the one who stated this topic when in the year 2017 was flexibilized the uniform in the schools. And this was done so because there was no money to buy uniforms and shoes. You said, well, you are going to provide a plan of free uniform for all kids. And this was an economic war where it was created the concept of resilience. When you say, for example, poverty as a result of school, when you created the bonus for uniforms for children in schools, that's the concept, because the second variable has to do with that. Materials for homes, that has to do with the tricolor neighborhoods and efforts. What has to do with services? We have received a blow linked to services. And the other thing has to do with the concept associated to economic dependence. So we have strengthened what is mentioned, the ID of motherland. There are 5 variables. They have to do with poverty. Well, Bolivarian Revolution stated, so just like they had a map to attack our people, we have done counteroffensive, and meaning that the central axis of the revolution is the human being, is the people, and this is precisely the reason for our victory. So when we saw children moving into the Plaza Bolívar, we could say that this is a sample of a fundamental balance of the year 2021. So that in that smile is a defeat to imperialism and the victory of our people. Thank you. Thanks to the Minister of Planning, Vice President of Government for Planning, comrade and professor and geographer Ricardo Menéndez.
El papá de Simón. Simón es un tipo, se las trae, gran actor, primer actor.
So he's a great character. So it is important actually to explain all of this. And I hope that the National Assembly that I give you today, they can do an exercise of research and study on the behavior of these variables. For example, aiming or looking into the plan for 2030 that was approved by the United Nations with the favorable votes of a delegation of government of Venezuela, the Human Development Plan, sustainable and universal, that we share with brothers from the world. We hardly have 8 years for this plan to move ahead, and the social indicators, access to drinking water, housing, health, environment, public services, and etc. 2030 plan, let's jot it down, as Commander Chavez made us have that year, which was miraculous for Venezuela, the year 2021. He set that year, and which were the reasons or intuition that he had to set the year 2021 in order to claim it as a year where there was a before and an after, a re-foundational year, 2021. In the indicators of poverty for this year, we managed to have an improvement, an important improvement that was worked and dreamed of reducing general poverty from 18.44% to 17.7% in the midst of the economic recovery that we are showing. And extreme poverty, also measured with these methodology of the United Nations 4.1. We have set the goals for 2025 to reduce zero extreme poverty. This is going to be hard, but this has to be the goal. Extreme poverty zero for 2025. Whether it rains, hell or high waters, whatever. So we have to reinforce the plan for the victims of the economic war. It is very important to strengthen the supply plan. This year also, this is also said quite easily, but for Venezuela it's no longer news that we're building houses by thousands. We have taken this as a natural right of people, as it was said in the 19th century. This is a normal right. We have to see the effort in finances, in soil, in material, cement, like steel. We have to see the efforts of workers, of neighbors in building homes themselves, and efforts made by the country to maintain the level of growth in housing, as we show in 2021, when we reach 3,900,000 months, 500,000 homes, to be more exact, 500,154 homes, 3,900,000 homes. This is hard to get worldwide. An example of a plan like Venezuelan Vivienda, which is building with the goal of reaching 5 million homes and more. This year we have set the goal of raising self-building, and so we hope to maintain 500,000 homes to be built and offered to citizens. And this we're going to maintain the rhythm. 2022, 500,000. 2023, 500,000. And 2024, maintaining the rhythm of 500,000. We shall see the dawn of a day in which I will be delivering the house 5 million for someone in Venezuela that deserves his own house and his own ceiling. This is why we say 5 million or more. If we maintain the rhythm, as I'm sure we will maintain it, we will move forward in the Venezuelan Vivienda mission through the corridor of nations. So it's very important to maintain the basic needs and to have the basic needs satisfied in order to work with social investment. Talking about investment, it is quite evident everything our country has gone through in the last years with the loss of quality in certain public services. Public services related to water, with the electric war affected, but also with embargo, with the blockade, and the insolence of certain officials, without a doubt. The damage in electric services which has been for many years, but in particular after the brutal cyber attack that we lived in March, April, in 2019, the year of the coup, the year of the dumbass of Guaido, who proclaimed himself and believed that by attacking the electric service installed by the gringos, he managed to create a gold rug that he was going to place himself for his office in Miraflores. You are very far away. You will never enter this office, dumbass. But it is evident that the economic blockade has affected the capacity, and in this year 2021 we increased the generation of megawatts, but we have failures in spare parts for transformers, and that actually as a result of that there were electricity shortage or interrupted services, reduced services in some cases. The electric war continued, and there is a weakening of some phases of electric services with a brutal electric war. With a blackout they generated to the machines in last November, Wasn't it November? September, was it? Okay. In that morning, or the partial attacks, like the ones they made in Barinas the day of the closing of the campaign, they attacked one of the interconnectors. They set fire to it, and Barinas was left for 8 hours in the midst of an electoral campaign. They use the electric war to damage the economy, to damage the life of people. A permanent electrical war as a weapon to affect services like water. We have a challenge in this year, 2022, to stabilize and guarantee the quality of all public services in the country one by one, together with government's offices, mayor's offices, and people's powers. We must move ahead in a schedule to reestablish to the full the service of water and to reestablish the electrical service, and to move in this schedule to increase the frequency of gas service. This is a claim by the population, and we have actually improved somehow. Vice President Tarek, isn't it so? Reverol, isn't it so? But we are still far from satisfying the needs of a country that is used to having a quality public service and almost free of charge. If the migrating people, if Venezuelans that have had to migrate, that have taken the decision to look for other alternatives, and have gone through Colombia, Ecuador, Peru, and Chile, the first they tell their families is, here everything is paid for. First, the very expensive rents of a single room in Bogotá, Cali, Quito, Lima, Santiago de Chile. They're listening to me. Let's give it up for all our brothers. Here is your motherland expecting you to come and share the growth and happiness of a nation that is taking the path of the future of the 21st century. We invite you all. They are our brothers and sisters. You will be welcome here. There is no place like Venezuela. Our brothers will have to excuse me for this. It's not chauvinism, it's love for Venezuela, pride for Venezuela, our beloved Venezuela, our nation. There is no other country in the world like this country, this noble and friendly heart from Venezuela, these lovely hearts made in label Venezuela. It's nice to go and see other cultures, to know other parts. The experience that they have brought. Those who have returned. Now the fashion is to return. See, the head of government of Caracas, Naum. There is no place like Venezuela. The rent is very, very expensive. They have to pay for electricity, and basically they have to keep it off because the electricity is very expensive in Colombia. The poor people do not have electricity in their homes in Colombia. Very expensive in Chile, in all these countries. Gas, very expensive too.
Un ojo de la cara, el derecho de frente. ¿Qué más? El agua,
water,
la basura,
garbage,
el transporte,
transportation,
peajes, la telefonía.
tolls, telephone,
bueno, la salud,
health,
privatizada al 100%.
privatized 100%.
Nosotros, modestamente, bueno,
We
le hemos garantizado una etapa a servicios públicos de calidad.
we have guaranteed a quality
Pero sin lugar a
service,
dudas se han deteriorado
but
y el pueblo lo sabe.
and the
Y
people
el
know
pueblo
about it,
lo dice.
and the
Y
people
el pueblo
talk
lo
about it,
reclama.
and the
Y el
people
poder popular
claim it, and the
quiere ser
people's
parte de la solución
power
e
want to be
incorporarse, ministro
part of
Néstor
a
Reverón,
solution
en la solución de los problemas del agua, de los
of the
desechos
problems of
sólidos,
the water and
del gas,
garbage and residues
de la
and gas,
electricidad.
electricity,
Y también, ministro Tarek,
and also Minister Tarek in the solution of the problem
de la distribución
of a
de la
distribution
gasolina
of gasoline
segura, sin
safe
mafias y del
without
diésel, del gasoil,
mafias, and the
acabar
same
con
for
las
diesel,
mafias de las
to be
estaciones de
able to
gasolina.
finish with the mafias in the gas stations.
Ustedes saben de qué estoy hablando, ¿verdad?
You know what I'm talking about, right?
Los gobernadores saben de qué estoy hablando.
Do governors know what I'm talking about?
Nosotros logramos,
We have managed,
con el favor de Dios Todopoderoso,
with the help of
pido
Almighty
su
God,
favor, su protección,
with His protection,
sus bendiciones,
I
el
ask
aseguramiento
for
de
His
nuestra
protection
industria.
and blessing of our industry that is
¿Cuántos terroristas
so
hemos capturado? Con los planes,
besieged
con
with
drones,
all
con bombas para volar nuestras refinerías.
those terrorist
Carajo, pues.
actions that they have staged, they have
Es eso
planned
política,
and
hacer
implemented.
política. Amenazar una refinería de un país.
Do you think
Eso se llama
that's to
terrorismo,
make
que es lo que
politics
hace Leopoldo
to
López desde
menace a gas station? That is terrorism. That's what Leopoldo Lopez does. He is threatening Venezuela. He's in Spain right now as we speak. He's a terrorist,
Diosdado sacó el video.
convicted and confessed. Diosdado
dio la orden
pulled
de
out a
atacar y
video.
destruir
He gave the
el
instructions
almacén de
of
máquinas
attacking
electorales aquí en Venezuela.
the warehouse of
Y allá está en
machine,
España,
electoral
protegido por el
machines in
gobierno
Venezuela.
y por la
And he
policía de
is in
España.
Spain, protected by the government and
Y
the
no dan
police
señales.
of Spain. He does not,
No, parece que es bueno el terrorismo
but
si es contra
it
Venezuela.
seems that terrorism is good
Y
if
la
it is a
conducta
terrorism against
vía de hecho del
Venezuela.
gobierno de Pedro Sánchez en España.
This is the behavior of the government of Pedro Sanchez when he protects
El video en que daba
a
la
man
orden
who recorded the video himself where he himself was given the
el
order
almacén de las
to
máquinas electorales del
to
Consejo Nacional
burn
Electoral.
and destroy the warehouse of the machines for the electoral council.
Ahora, lo más difícil
Now, what is difficult
lo hicieron los trabajadores de PDVSA.
was done by the workers of PDVSA. This is why I invited 3 of the main leaders and managers
Gerentes de la clase obrera de PDVSA
of the working class in PDVSA
para que estuvieran presentes.
so that they be here.
Lo más difícil lo hicieron.
What was more difficult, they actually implemented it. It was that they covered the refineries and the complex improving of Petrocedeño and to produce the fuels that are derived from oil that are necessary for the life of the country. So they did what was more difficult. But then PDVSA comes in and sends the gasoline, diesel, and gas oil required by the gas station to function in a normal way,
Que la gente vaya, le echen lo que
so that
necesita y
people
paga
go
lo que tiene que pagar.
pay and put in whatever they need. There are 2 tariffs,
Y una tarifa
one that is subsidized
que se fijó en base a 0.5,
and that was fixed
0.50
in the base of 0.50 US
el
cents
litro.
the liter.
Ya tenemos más de un año con esas tarifas.
And we have more than 1 year with that
Ahora,
tariff.
la proliferación, compañero ministro Tarek,
Now the spread
la proliferación de mafias
Now the spread of these mobsters
con diferentes disfraces,
with different disguises, with diverse attires. They control the pumps of gasoline and distribution of diesel for the farmers that produce the food. It is shameful, this situation, and this has to finish. Minister Tarek, with the mafia handling of the sales and distribution of oil in our country. I ask the support of all the decent sectors in the country, and I ask that this become professionalized and regularized. I mean the functioning and distribution of fuels in the country. We managed what was more difficult. But actually it is impossible to manage a sale of fuel in a decent way. This is my question. Is it impossible? Or is it the fact that the mafia is going to have more power than the country, than a state and the entire people? What kind of magic do they have, Mr. General Prosecutor? What is the magic behind them? To control the truck that comes in, to make a list and charge the 3 times the price in dollars. What's the magic that they have? These are disgusting mafias that use the needs of the people, whatever they call it, whether they are dressed in red. Inside they are not red, they are rotten. And you have to remove the guys they have to these mobsters that are controlling gas stations. That's enough, and we have to resolve this matter. I want results. I want quick results in this first trimester. Final results. So results that set an example. And I ask the support of a prosecutor's office. I demand justice be made.
Señor presidente, diputado Jorge Rodríguez,
Mr. President and Parliament member Jorge Rodriguez, special guests,
queridos y queridas,
comrades,
embajadores y
ambassadors,
gobernadores,
governors,
gobernadoras, diputados, diputadas,
deputy members.
también 2021
2021
tenemos
has
que decir
also been
que fue un año en que nuestro país
a year in which our country
rescató
rescued
algo que debemos cultivar,
something that we must
el
grow,
amor por nuestra patria,
which is the love for our nation,
el amor,
which is the love for Venezuela.
un año de rescate
This
paulatino
was a year of
del
gradual
orgullo nacional, del
rescue
orgullo
of a national
de ser
pride
venezolano.
and the pride of
de
becoming
ser
Venezuelan.
Es un tema que tocamos el año
This
pasado
is
aquí mismo.
a topic that we dealt with last year right here.
Recuerdo la reflexión que hice sobre este tema.
And I remember the reflection I made on this
Dado las campañas que había en el mundo contra Venezuela,
as a result of the campaigns worldwide
Sobre
against
todo en las redes
Venezuela,
sociales.
especially in the social media,
campañas que recorrían
Campaigns
los medios de comunicación
that went through the means
para
of
mal
communication
hablar, malponer
to badmouth and misplace
a nuestro país
our country
en todos los temas.
in
Todos
all
los días arrancaban campañas
possible topics. Every day there were campaigns
para destruir
to destroy
la autoestima
the self-esteem,
nacional,
the national self-esteem,
para destruir la confianza y
to
la fe
destroy the
en nosotros
trust and the
mismos
faith
como venezolanos,
people had in themselves
para
as
hacernos sentir
Venezuelans, and to make us
una
feel
plaga, como
like
dijo
a
Julio
disease,
Borges.
as
Los
Julio
venezolanos que
Borges
salen fuera del país
used to say, Julio Borges said that people that leave Venezuela are a plague. Do you remember this? They are like a contagious disease, those who leave Venezuela. He called us a plague, contagious disease. This was the campaign for especially the youth and children to feel shame of being from Venezuela, to generate a destruction of spirituality, share spirituality and national identity. This is a topic that we dealt with publicly as topic of common interest and national interest must be presented. And this year, 2021, Venezuela gave steps in a full recovery of the national spirit, of the national pride. It was the year of 200 years of celebration of Carabobo, and I truly believe that the national celebration of these 200 years of the campaign and the victory of Carabobo influenced decisively in the recovery of national pride and national spirituality and the recovery of the identity as Venezuelans. It was a sequence of events. The previous, the during, and the after the celebration of Carabobo, the plays, the theater plays, the series Carabobo, A Path to Freedom, musical works, infrastructure works, the national demonstrations, mobilizations of students, schools, high schools, universities. It was a sequence of events that was marked during the months of July, August, and September with the extraordinary participation and victories of the athletes and Paralympics that gave Venezuela the gold, silver, and bronze medals. And I remember how we welcomed them. The people went onto the streets in a very spontaneous way to welcome their heroes, their female heroes. It was a sequence of sport events, political events, spiritual and cultural events of our country. And then in November, the announcement of the Symphonic Orchestra, Simón Bolívar, the system that was created by the Professor José Antonio Abreu, of the Guinness Award, with the option of breaking a world record of the biggest orchestra in the world. Actually, the system of orchestra that has 1 million children, young people participating as musicians in their orchestras, in their parish, in their centers and municipalities, in their states, is already a record. There is no system of orchestra worldwide, Mr. Eduardo, there is no system like that have 1 million children, young children, adolescents. And this is the miracle of Master José Antonio Abreu.
Exemplary and immortal. That's why, when in November this happened, that event took place, all of Venezuela, the one that lives here in our land, and the Venezuela that lives abroad, all of Venezuela was connected. That was the day of greatest internet connection in 2021. Was the day of greatest social media circulation in 2021. They did not only broke the record of the largest orchestra in the world, but they broke the record of interaction and increased the rising of self-esteem of Venezuelans that saw themselves reflected in these students with the violins, with the trumpets, with the drums. It was a sequence of events. Crowned Ernesto, Minister of the Popular Power for the Culture, Don Ernesto Villegas Polhac, the Benjamin of Villegas Polhac, the consented one. And this is not enough. In December, Venezuela was happily surprised by UNESCO's decision of the system of education of the culture and sciences of the United Nations to declare the trumps of San Juan intangible patrimony of humanity, no less than the drums of San Juan. What a joy, what a pride, and what a strength for a country that needs identify itself, to connect itself with the good in Venezuela, with the Venezuelan history. And beyond our party appreciations and ideological differences, feeling proud of the history of a country called Venezuela, within the framework of Latin America and the Caribbean, within the framework of diversity, a diverse humanity, feeling part of a humanity, and feeling ourselves like a part that has to say, to sing, to show a lot. I ask all Venezuelans, men and women in Venezuela, here and abroad, to be part of this crusade in defense of the history of Venezuela, in defense of the national identity, and in defense of the Venezuela well-being, of the good in Venezuela, of the great in Venezuela, of the beautiful Venezuela. It's forbidden to speak ill of Venezuela. Forbidden to speak ill of our homeland. Forbidden. Now, out in the world, they say Maduro forbids people to speak ill of Venezuela. Dictatorship by Maduro is consolidated because everything you say, they use it against you. The same manipulators. You know what I'm talking about, right? So that we get our hearts together, our efforts together, how many things we have been through, and we show the world who we are. Notice that this 2021 has been a great year for the peace diplomacy in Venezuela. This 2021, we have managed to consolidate in action plans the Bolivarian Alliance for the Peoples of America. We had two wonderful summits. One on July 24th, in the 200 years of Carabobo in Caracas, and the other in Cuba in December 14th. There we went to share with the brothers of South America and the Caribbean in Havana, Cuba, free territory of America. The consolidation of ALBA, a main line. This year, we're going to promote plans for agricultural promotion, food production, pharmaceutical production, medicines, vaccines, intra-ALBA, ambassadors, ALBA is a moral power, it's a diplomatic power, and it will become an economic power. In the same measure as we recover PDVSA, we will recover one of the main projects of ALBA, Petrocaribe, which will provide services for the brothers, for the sister nations. In the same way, this year, there was an impulse, and a fundamental impulse, for those in history of Latin America and the Caribbean. And we have the flags of Bolivar. There we were, in Mexico City, called by President Juan Manuel López Obrador, achieving a historical step, which was the relaunch of CELAC, in which our congratulations to Alberto Fernández, who assumed the presidency of these community for the Central American, Caribbean, and Latin American states. He has his word on it, institutional strengthening for alliances with the new world, an emerging world, the summit, CELAC China, CELAC India, CELAC Russia summits, and all the integral mechanism of cooperation places us, Latin America and the Caribbean, as a bloc, with the world and for the world. For the diplomacy of peace, we have achieved in 2021 for the organization of countries that exports oil, OPEP. We have defended the market, the oil market. We have gone to defend the economic stability, the world economic stability, and the necessity of a fair price for oil around the world, and we have succeeded in doing this. Congratulations to OPEP. Congratulations to OPEP Plus in Russia. And also our brothers, OPEP brothers. We have recently elected a new General Secretary of OPEP, a leader, a renowned leader of the oil sector in Uruguay. We sent him our congratulations to the new Secretary of OPEP, and the brother governor of Kuwait, and the Secretary General in Functions, Mohamed Marquindo, for the extraordinary work that he has done in 2 terms to build OPEP, the new OPEP, and to build the OPEP Plus. Bolivarian diplomacy of peace, of cooperation. Bolivarian diplomacy active for world balance. This 2021, we have also made sure steps in the strengthening of cooperation associations with China, with Russia, with India, with Turkey, with Iran, with Africa, with ALBA, comprehensive associations of cooperation that place Venezuela in front of the world. Another world has emerged. Especially, it has been proven in during the pandemic. My question is always, what would it be of the world if there wasn't for the new regions and the new powers? What would it be of the world? For example, Latin America and the Caribbean today wouldn't have made it to 10% of the vaccination. This is a practical demonstration. Diosdado, Deputy Diosdado Cabello Rondón.
Si no fuera por China
If it weren't for China
y por Rusia,
and Russia,
América Latina y el Caribe,
Latin America and the Caribbean,
ni al 10% de
we didn't have
vacunación
made
hoy
it to
por hoy.
10% of
Si América
vaccination
Latina y el
people.
Caribe estamos llegando al 90% de
And we're
vacunación,
making it to
es gracias a
90%
las potencias
of the
emergentes,
vaccination, thanks to the
en
emerging
lo
powers
científico,
in the science,
en lo
scientific,
económico,
in the
en lo
economic,
comercial.
in the
Es una
commercial.
realidad.
This is reality.
Un elemento de esa realidad.
This is an element of this reality.
Hay otro mundo en lo económico, en lo científico,
There's
en lo
another
político,
world
en
in
lo
the
geopolítico,
economic,
en lo militar.
in the scientific, in the military.
Hay otro mundo.
There's another world, a different world.
Nosotros tenemos grandes acuerdos
We have
en todos estos
great
campos
agreements in
con
all
las
of these
potencias
fields
emergentes
with
del
the
mundo.
emerging powers of the world.
Y no vamos a retroceder ni un
And we are
milímetro
not going to step back, not a
en las
millimeter,
alianzas, en las
in the
asociaciones,
alliances,
en
in the
los acuerdos
associations, in the
estratégicos
strategic
con las
agreements
potencias emergentes del
with
mundo.
the emerging powers of the world.
Porque el imperialismo norteamericano
Because the North American
y los
imperialism
viejos y decadentes imperios de Europa
and all those old and decaying empires of Europe intended to blockade Venezuela by blockading it. They wanted Venezuela to die, to be destroyed. But Venezuela said no. Venezuela carries on with their own work and with world allies, because another world is already there. Another world is possible. And that other world has reached their hands to Venezuela to move ahead, to recover, to improve.
Ahí está el profesor Vladimir Acosta, entre otros.
There we have Professor Vladimir Acosta, among others.
Está el profesor Pedro Calzadilla también.
Also Pedro Calzadilla.
Historiador, dos historiadores.
Historian,
¿Qué
two
otro historiador
historians.
presente aquí?
Any other historians present?
Historiadora. Eduardo Piñate, geógrafo,
Eduardo Piñate.
historiador y gobernador.
Historian geographer, also governor.
Ahora fíjense ustedes.
Now, notice
Qué historia tan diferente sería, ¿verdad?
what a different story
Cuando los
it will
imperios
be
sancionaban, bloqueaban,
when empires
y los países
sanctioned,
caían uno
blockaded,
detrás de otro.
and the countries fell one after the other,
como
enslaved
colonias
as
ante los
colonies
imperios de Europa
before the empires of Europe,
o ante las amenazas
all before
del
facing
imperio
the
norteamericano
threats
de
of
hace
the
100 años o más.
North American Empire,
Nosotros
100 years ago or
mundo de
more.
paz,
We will live in the world of peace,
de cooperación.
of cooperation.
Creemos en un mundo de diálogo,
We believe in the world of dialogue, intercultural
de
dialogue,
diálogo de civilizaciones,
of
de diálogo
civilization
religioso.
dialogue, of religious dialogue.
Creemos en una nueva geopolítica
We
mundial.
believe in a new world
Y los
geopolitics.
historiadores deben registrar
And the historians must
estos
record
años que estamos
these
batallando.
years we're
Profesor
battling.
Vladimir,
That's
profesor
why
Calzadilla,
Professor Vladimir,
como
Professor
años
Casadillas,
en que se está pariendo un
these
nuevo
are the
mundo.
years in which A new world is being delivered. And Venezuela is in the main X of that great delivery of humanity towards a new society, towards a new community, world community of peoples and nations, where the threat of force is ceased, of use of strength and military interventions and economic sanctions, where imperialism and hegemonism stop. We say this with revolutionary fervor. We say this because we learned it from Hugo Chavez. The 21st century is our century, the century of peace, the century of multipolar, multilateral world, the century of the new world. And we say this because we learned it very well from a giant, loved by the peoples, our infinite commander, Hugo Rafael Chávez Frías, our eternal commander of all the battles from yesterday, of all the battles of today, and all the battles in the future. Our beloved commander. This year, 2022, the Venezuelans, men and women in Venezuela, we have great tasks to fulfill. Great tasks to carry on in all fields. And I speak to all the people of good, of well.
Consolidación del crecimiento de la economía real,
Consolidation of the growth of the real economy,
de la integridad territorial,
of territorial integrity,
de consolidación de la hermandad con los pueblos,
consolidation of brotherhood with the peoples of the world and those in the region.
Es un año bueno y bonito.
It's a good
Así se dibuja
and nice year.
El 2022.
That's how we draw 2022.
Traer esta memoria y cuenta
to bring this memory and account.
Días y horas
we spent years, days and hours of study and revision, of evaluation.
Días y horas.
Days and hours.
Hasta hoy en la madrugada, ¿verdad?
Until today early in the morning.
Llegaron a las 2 de la madrugada.
They arrived at 2 a.m. Father Numa was writing messages at 2 a.m. Father Numa is used to send me his blessings at that hour. He's my confessor. He knows all my secrets. At 2 a.m., we received the last documents because it's a very serious task to come here as the President of the Constitutional Republic of Venezuela, to come and render account so that you analyze in detail, and come and address to you and address the country and beyond the borders to those who see us through the social media. And it took a lot of study, revision, a lot of reflection. When you reflect and study deeply and honestly what you have done in this last year, 2021, and a bit further, when you see how we have resisted, when you see the revival
cuando uno ve el revolucionamiento
the revolutionizing of things,
cuando uno ve la realidad cruda como debe
when you
ser
see the
vista,
naked reality
los
as
problemas,
the cruel reality, the
las
problems,
dificultades,
difficulties,
las debilidades,
the weaknesses,
los errores,
the mistakes,
y los ve crudos,
and you see them raw,
cuando uno ve los logros,
when you see the
los
accomplishments,
aciertos, los avances,
the advances,
uno
the
puede lograr
rights,
un equilibrio
you can achieve a balance
en el pensamiento
in the thinking
y en el sentimiento, en la voluntad.
and in the feeling and in the willing,
Un
in the
equilibrio
will. It's a balance
que se debe expresar en el espíritu y en la
that should
acción
be expressed in spirit and
del
in
hoy y
action
del mañana.
of today and tomorrow.
Hace falta estas revisiones.
We
hacen
need
falta.
these revisions. They
Al ser
are
humano, lo
important.
individual le hace falta.
The human being needs this.
Y a nivel colectivo a la sociedad le hace falta.
And also
a
the
las
society
instituciones
at
le
a
hace
collective
falta. Ver crudamente,
way,
con
we need to
objetividad y
see this
equilibrio.
objectively and with a balance.
Y una de las conclusiones que yo llego
And one of the conclusions I arrive
es que tenemos que cuidar más a Venezuela.
is that we have to take care more of Venezuela.
Tenemos que cuidar más a nuestra familia,
We have to take care more of our
a
families,
nuestro pueblo,
our people,
a nuestro país.
our country.
Tenemos que darle más amor
We have to give more love
y cuidar más
and take care
desde donde estemos.
a lot more from whatever we
Tenemos
are.
que dar más por Venezuela.
We have to give
Mucho
more for
más.
Venezuela, a lot more.
Mientras más responsabilidad se tenga,
The more responsibility you have,
llámese presidente,
call yourself president,
ministro,
minister,
gobernador,
governor,
gobernador, alcalde, alcaldesa,
mayor,
concejal,
councilor,
diputado, diputada,
deputy,
oficial,
official,
magistrado,
magistrates,
rector.
rectors.
Tenemos que dar más por Venezuela.
We have to give
compatriotas.
more for Venezuela's country, men and women,
Con amor, con dedicación,
with love, with
con
dedication,
ciencia, con método.
with science and method.
Se puede dar más.
We can give more.
Si nos revisamos,
If we review ourselves,
si readecuamos todo,
if we adapt
si
everything,
logramos nuevos consensos,
if we achieve new
nosotros
consensus,
podemos impulsar a nuestro país
we can
aún más arriba,
push our country further
aún más
ahead,
arriba.
further ahead,
Darle más a
further up,
Venezuela.
give it more to Venezuela.
Miren que sí se puede.
We can.
Todo lo que hemos pasado
Everything we've been through.
y lo hemos pasado resistiendo.
And we've been
luchando,
through that,
de pie,
resisting,
y aquí estamos,
fighting, standing up.
después de esas
And
batallas,
here we are,
de
after
pie,
those battles,
victoriosos,
standing and
enteros y
victorious,
dispuestos
whole,
a seguir
and
adelante,
willing to move
hoy más
on.
que nunca,
Today more
por
than
la
ever,
vida de Venezuela,
for the life of Venezuela,
por el bienestar,
for the
por la
well-being,
felicidad
for the
del
happiness
país,
of a
de
country,
una patria que
of a
está,
homeland,
porque tenemos patria
because we have a homeland.
y pase lo que pase,
And whatever it comes,
tendremos patria.
we will have a
Dijo
homeland.
nuestro comandante
Our
Chávez.
commander
Y
Chavez
pasó lo
said,
que pasó,
and
y
we
tenemos patria.
happened what
Y
happened,
pasará
and
lo
we
que
have
pasará,
homeland.
y seguiremos
And whatever it
teniendo
happens, we
patria.
will continue having
Patria para
nation,
todos,
a nation for
patria
all,
para todas,
a
patria
nation
grande
for
y
all of
hermosa,
us, great and
patria
beautiful,
orgullosa,
proud
patria
land,
Venezuela.
country, land, Venezuela.
Por eso yo les pido
That's why I ask
y
you,
me atrevo.
and I dare,
Estaba diciendo a los compañeros que me recibieron,
I was telling those who welcome me to the executive board,
Jorge, Iris,
Jorge Iris,
a Diosdado,
Diosdado,
a Pedro, estaba
Pedro,
Silvia allí,
Celia also was there,
entre otros, ¿verdad?
among others.
Estaba Alfred Nazaré.
Alfred Nazaré was also there.
Les estaba diciendo
I was telling them
un conjunto de nuevas orientaciones
a set of new instructions
que le pido a los líderes y lideresas de
that I
los
ask
consejos comunales.
leaders
Oído y
of
atención.
commune councils.
Les pido a los líderes y lideresas de las comunas,
I ask the leaders of the commune councils, I ask
a
you,
los jefes y jefas de CLAP,
to the heads
a
of
los
clubs,
jefes y jefas de calle,
to the heads of
comunidad
streets,
de VC.
communities, ubeches.
Le pido a los líderes
I
y
ask the
lideresas
leaders
de todos los movimientos
of
sociales
all
y
social
populares de
movements
Venezuela
and popular
tomar nota.
social and public movements of
Le
Venezuela to
pido al
take
gran
down
pueblo
notes.
patriótico y
I
al
ask the
país
great
tomar
patriotic
nota.
poll to take notes.
Yo planteo
I
que hemos
state
entrado en una nueva época.
that we have entered a new time.
Hay muchos elementos, indicadores
There are
de una
many
nueva época
indicators
para
of a
Venezuela.
new stage for Venezuela.
Y digo para la humanidad
And I
también.
say for humanity too.
Una nueva época acelerada donde
A
todo será
new
distinto a
stage,
como era.
accelerated stage,
Y ya lo es.
in which everything will be different from what it was.
Una
And it
nueva
already
época
is.
marcada por tres
A new
elementos
time
fundamentales
marked
que lo han
by
cambiado
three
todo.
main elements that have changed it all.
En primer lugar, la pandemia.
In the first place, the pandemic.
Lo cambió todo.
It changed it all.
Y así seguirá siendo.
And it will continue
Las
to do so.
costumbres sociales, los
Social
cuidados
habits,
sociales, el relacionamiento
Social
social,
assistance, social relationships,
el intercambio de la
exchange,
humanidad.
humanity
En
exchange.
segundo lugar,
In the
el
second
modelo
place,
económico mundial y el surgimiento de
world
naciones
economic
potencias,
model and the
de nuevas
emergence of new
oportunidades,
powers
de
and new
nuevas
opportunities,
tecnologías,
new technologies
que lo va cambiando todo de manera acelerada.
that will change everything in,
La
in
forma
an
de
accelerated
articularse
way,
la economía mundial,
in the way that
el comercio,
the
la
world economy
tecnología.
is articulated, the trade.
Vamos hacia otra era
We're going
post-petrolera
to a new world, post-oil
que
world,
tiene hoy por hoy una enorme influencia.
that today has an
en la
enormous
industria y tecnología
influence in the
mundial.
technology, in the
Y como
technological
ustedes saben,
industry of
tiene
the
una
world.
enorme influencia decisiva
And as you can see,
en nuestro país.
it has a decisive influence in
La
our
economía
country.
post-petrolera se
The
acelera.
post-oil
Compañeros,
economy is
se
accelerated
acelera de manera brutal.
in a brutal way.
En segundo lugar,
In the
el
second
cambio
place,
del modelo económico.
the change in the economic
No
model,
solo en Venezuela,
not only in
que
Venezuela,
ya es severo
that is
y
already
radical,
severe and radical,
sino en el mundo.
but all over the world.
Y un tercer elemento
And
de
a
la
third
nueva
element
época,
of the new time, of the new
ya
stage,
a nivel comunicacional y cultural,
which is already at a
Alfred Nazaret,
communicational
Ernesto Villegas,
and cultural level,
es las redes sociales.
is the social media.
El impacto en la metódica comunicacional,
The impact
en el
of the
funcionamiento
communication
individual,
and
familiar,
individual
social,
and social and familiar communication,
y en el acceso a la información, a la
and in
comunicación
the
y a la
access
cultura
of
de la humanidad.
communication culture of
Ya la
humanity.
humanidad solo por este aspecto es otra.
So humanity
Señores
only in this
embajadores,
aspect is a different
embajadora,
kind. Ambassadors.
ya la humanidad es otra.
Humanity is totally
Solo por las
different
redes sociales.
only because of social media.
Hoy a través de las redes sociales,
Today, through social media,
yo estoy transmitiendo este discurso,
I am
este acto,
transmitting this speech,
a
this
través de
event,
Instagram, por ejemplo,
through Instagram.
y me reportan
And they report back
jóvenes y personas
young
de Buenos
people
Aires.
from,
Me estaban diciendo aquí
from
donde no.
Buenos Aires. They're
Nos
telling me
están
here.
viendo y escuchando en Buenos Aires,
They're
en Bogotá,
looking
en
at
Lima,
us.
en
They're
Ciudad de
listening to
México,
us.
en Nueva York, en
Lima,
Chicago,
New York,
en
Chicago,
Beijing,
Beijing,
en Sudáfrica,
in South Africa,
en Ciudad del Cabo,
in Cape City,
por Instagram,
through Instagram,
por Facebook Live,
through Facebook Like,
por Periscope,
through
por
Periscope,
Twitter,
Twitter,
por YouTube,
through YouTube.
en tiempo real comunico
In real time,
y recibo.
I communicate and I receive. I transmit and receive. In real time, we communicate.
En tiempo real
In real time,
se hace viral una información
an information becomes viral,
deja de ser
viral,
viral.
and in real time
Es otro
stops
mundo,
being
dice
viral.
Ignacio Ramonet, este
Ignacio
gran
Ramonet
intelectual
says,
europeo,
This
que las
intellectual,
redes sociales
European intellectual,
vienen a constituirse
say
en
that
el
social
quinto
media
momento comunicacional de la humanidad
is the
y lo
fifth
va a cambiar
communicational
todo.
moment
Ya
of
lo ha
humanity,
cambiado
and it
todo.
will change everything. It has already changed everything.
Por eso un país
That's why
que esté atento a los
a
cambios,
country that is attentive,
una revolución
alert
como
to
nuestra,
these changes,
que
a
esté
revolution
atenta a
like
los
ours,
cambios, tiene que
that is
cambiar
attentive to these changes,
misma.
has to change itself. has to walk those times. They have to ride the times with the strength of its own, with the direction, with the reins in their hands. And we have to find, as a revolution of the 21st century, to be 1, 2, 3 steps ahead of the great changes, of the social changes, social, political, social, cultural changes, social, communicational changes, technological changes that are that have already an impact on the life of our country and humanity. I insist on this task. Our thoughts have to go further. Ricardo Menendez, you're Vice President of Planning. You have a lot of responsibility on this. Our thought has to be ahead. Our plans have to go ahead, combining with who we are, our moral, our spirituality, our values, our experience, everything we have lived through these years, these beautiful years of revolution, beautiful of historic battle. Combine everything we have been with the new, with the renewal, with the revival, with the revolutionizing of things. We cannot be stalled in any dogma of the old and defeated old left that every time is looking pretty similar to the imperialist right. We cannot remain even in some definitions that could have been made with the historical conditions of the Venezuela we lived until 2014. Either we renew ourselves or we run ourselves. The great master said this. Either we invent or we make mistakes. Either we revolutionize or we get it wrong. Either we reinvent ourselves or we get it wrong. I truly believe this. And I say this with real confidence from the position I have today and due to life. You know, I have never had any personal individual aspirations to any power or any position, ever. On the contrary, I had never aspired to any political position, neither deputy president or anything. Life took me, led me through this way, till here. That I can say, every responsibility, I take it as a collective, as a team. I would like to really thank in this speech, solemn and official speech, to the comrades of the collective direction of the revolutionary Bolivarian revolution, for all their support, their unitary spirit that adds up every day. The right has meant to create intrigues among us, and they haven't been able to, and they will not be able to. We're strongly together, bounded in the high military command of the Bolivarian revolution, strongly together, linked together, bounded. And from there, the strongly together direction to all the states, municipalities, parishes, communities, and streets, building and taking care of that unity, the spiritual, political unity, social unity, protecting political and social dialogue with all the actors, national, regional, of the political life for the country, building a democratic system that is each time more participatory and more inclusive. So I believe in this new time, it's worth to build new mechanisms, action mechanism with the people. That's why I have stated in the first place the constitution of this 2022 of a new system of 1 to 10 of a new government that allows us to connect with the alert and denounce of the communities 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, 1 to 1 in the government. And we're already working on their technology articulation so that the people have direct participation and communication with all government instances, from the popular power to the municipal power to the regional and to the national power. The first line, 2022, 2030. Second line, the construction of a problem map and a solution map that would allow them to build construction agendas to mayors, governors, popular councils, and national government. Third line of action, the establishment of an agenda, action agenda of community action to every basis of popular power in the country. It's a concrete action agenda, aka to provide order of direct communication of action and solutions to our people. These are three elements that together should give us a new organizational way, technological, for the solution of national issues, of the real problems of the people. 1 to 10 of the new government, map of solutions, and the concrete action agenda for the popular power. We should integrate there. If those who do not integrate with the new times will become dinosaurs. Times pass by, and when you do not formulate policies to go with the times, you end up as a government, as a dinosaur. Maduro dinosaur. Bolivarian Revolution dinosaur. That's never going to happen, because we are attentive to changes of time, to changes of history, and we are renewing, as a good revolution, that we are renewing our thinking, our spirit, and all our action strength to move strongly. We have thought this through very well. We need a new plan for the new time. I set this plan with a goal of 8 years. True to the wonderful legacy of Commander Chavez and this bicentennial stage that should finish victorious when we are celebrating the 200 years of the physical disappearance of Bolivar in 2030. That's how far Commander-Chief stated the bicentennial age. We have been through several stages. The bicentennial of April 19th, of the June 5th, of Carabobo. This year we will be celebrating the bicentennial of Mormona in April, the bicentennial of Pichincha in May, and in June 200 years of the meetings of Manuela Sáenz and the liberator of Simón Bolívar. In 2023, we will be celebrating in Peru the bicentennial of Morín. And in December 2024, the bicentennial of Ayacucho. And that's how the bicentennial age is galloping of the great land. But our commander Chávez fixated 2030, irreversible character of the Bolivarian Revolution. 2030, irreversible character of the socialist revolution to the 21st century. And that's what I set today. The goal of medium-term period of all the country, of all the revolution, building new methods for a new time of transition to socialism. That's how I declare it. A new stage of transition towards socialism, 2030, irreversible. Let me see what messages I have here. Do you answer the messages? Raise your hands, those who do not respond messages. Right, Héctor Rodríguez, such as these 500,000 houses a year. We took some part to Caracas, small buildings of four stories. Very good idea. Meet Villadel. This is a very good idea. Nancy Perez writes over here. She sends a video. Check the video that Nancy sends. Make it viral, Nancy. Where are you? Make it viral. Right. Over here, Winston Baradilla. He sends a video, but not very happy. Alberto Arangivel is reporting. Right. Right. A new agenda. I truly believe we have to do all over again. Everything all over again. Venezuela needs a rebirth. Professor Pedro Calzadilla, you are a theorist of Renaissance. As a historian, Venezuela needs a rebirth, cultural, spiritual identity, a revolutionary rebirth, a rebirth from the roots, a moral, ethical rebirth. Venezuela needs a deep rebirth after the calamities we have faced, of the difficulties we have faced, of the wars we have faced, after the beatings we have received. We need to rebirth, a physical and a spiritual rebirth of the homeland. Venezuela needs to strengthen the resistance, the political, cultural, economic resistance, and stand against the imperial policy that is not going to stop. It will not stop. There you see, 1 year later, a year ago, people applauded Biden's arrival, and we declared hopeful that Joe Biden's arrival could mean an improvement in communication and respectful relations to the United States, with the United States. But a year later, Has anything improved?
Es peor
It's worse.
la persecución,
The persecution,
las sanciones,
sanctions
hoy,
today
Joe Biden es
with
peor.
Joe Biden, it's worse.
Secuestraron a un diplomático nuestro.
They kidnapped one of our diplomats. They kidnapped him in the middle of the night. They took him to the United States. Alet Saf. Moran.
Por eso tenemos que fijar la
That's why we have to set national resistance as a fundamental line of the years to come, till 2030 and on. The military resistance, cultural resistance, political resistance, ideological, spiritual, the ethical resistance facing the imperialism with its campaigns and their aggressions. And we need a permanent revolutionizing of everything. When I say revolutionize, it's a permanent renovation, a permanent renovation, a permanent change for the better, for the good. A revolution that is swamped and is conservative, that thinks that everything is done, is not a revolution. It's simply a government, a party, a policy, but it stops being a revolutionary process. And the essence of our revolution is that our revolution is a permanent process of change, of renovation. It's a permanent revolution. That's why I dare to propose to you, comrades, a new formula, 2030. Formula 2030. 2022, 2030. A short, medium, and long-term effort with a clear vision of where we're going, of the great achievements. A new stage of transition to socialism with new forms of action, with new forms of training, education, a new socialism based on practice and the history we have lived, based on truth upon which we are standing, based on dreams and utopia, based on theory and the formulations of our commander Chavez, a new socialism, Bolivarian socialism, deeply nationalist and independent, and Latin Americanism, a new socialism, humanistic socialism, of the humanism of Redemptor Christ, deeply humanist and moral and ethical, a socialist that is deeply Chavista, based on a rebel people and in the desire of their happiness, shared happiness, shared social happiness, a new time. And I dare today, after seeing the happy consolidation of the political stability, the happy deployment of the 5 political powers, the conquest of peace, stability of the country, to see the first elements of a real economic recovery, of economic growth, after seeing the capacity of the country to resist, to be resilient, to overcome all of these years of difficulties. I dare to propose on the road a plan 2022-2030. With raising 3 new R's. That include itself the 3 R's by our commander-in-chief. They take it and then reformulate towards the future with their feet on the ground, on our way to 2030. I propose that we go to a new system, the system of 3 R's, of the new stage of transition to socialism. The new system of 3 R's, .nets. Let's go together to a new stage of transition to socialism. A system of 3 R's. The first R, resistance to the onslaught, to the blockade, to the imperial aggressions. Creative resistance, ideological resistance, moral, ideological, political, cultural resistance. Resistance, yes, because imperialist and right-wing aggression will continue. Deep resistance that will take repoliticization of our people. A second R, renaissance, of rebirth of the original spirit of the land, of rebirth of the foundational values of Venezuela, the rebirth of the national project Simón Bolívar, 30 years to February the 4th, of the plan of the homeland, the rebirth of the Venezuela as a power, and a third R, revolutionize. That's how I combine it. Revolutionize everything, change it, everything. Do it all over again, to do it better and to do it well. To do it well with the government, for the government, with the people, for the people. 3 R's. Resistance, rebirth, and revolutionize. Resistance, rebirth, and revolutionizing permanently. 3Rs.net. What does net mean in English? Net or domain. What does it mean? Ernesto, what do you say? Do you like it? 80-year-old. Jorge Rodriguez, what do you say about net? It means net and domain. So I was thinking and working in the early morning, a new stage, a new plan of transition to socialism. Because socialism is our historic goal. This is our project, a social project of humanity. Socialism is the fairest system of humanities to replace neoliberalism, exploitation, imperialism. It is socialism of 21st century, democratic, cultural, Indo-American, indigenous, Latin American, and Chavista. It is our road. Good times are coming. Better times are coming. This year, we will be celebrating the 30 years of the shout of rebellion shout in Caracas in Venezuela, that February the 4th of 1992. We're going to celebrate it with a great unitarian reflection to rescue the rebellious essence of that action, of the historic action that marked history in a before and after for the rest of the remaining future times. February the 4th, 1992. What was a historic impact for the 20th and 21st century of the April 19 and July the 5th. It cut history in two. A project was born, an idea was born, a symbology was born, an identity, a leadership, and here is galloping, with no doubt, with difficulty, still galloping. and victorious.
Estaremos
This year,
conmemorando
we will
los
also
20 años
be celebrating,
del golpe de Estado contra el comandante Chávez
be commemorating
el
the
11
coup
y
d'etat
12 de abril
against
del año
Chavez
2002
government in 2002,
y del renacimiento del pueblo
and
y
also
el rescate victorioso
the rebirth of the
de la
people
democracia el 13 y 14 de
and the
abril.
victorious rescue of the democracy.
20 años ya
20 years now
de una historia que ha marcado toda esta generación.
of his history has marked this
Yo les voy a
generation.
decir a ustedes, compatriotas,
I can tell you, countrymen and women,
nosotros,
we,
aún jóvenes,
still young,
hemos vivido esos acontecimientos históricos.
we have lived through these historic
La
events.
mayoría de los que estamos aquí,
Most of those who are here
a
today,
unos nos tocó vivirlo de un lado del río
some of us had to live it
y a los
through on one
diputados
side of the river,
opositores presentes
and to the opposition
tocó
deputies
vivirlo y contarlo
lived it-
del otro lado del río.
lived it and told it from the
Vamos a
told
contar la
this
historia.
on their own side of the river.
Vamos a redescubrir la
Let's
historia.
tell the stories. Let's retell the stories.
¿Qué pasó aquel 11 de abril?
What happened that April
Aquel
11th,
11 de abril del 2002.
that April 12th?
¿Quién financió? ¿Quién preparó?
Who financed?
¿Quién
Who
dirigió?
prepared? Who
¿Quién
led?
fraguó
Who worked for
el
it?
golpe de Estado contra el comandante Chávez?
That coup d'etat against
¿Quién se
Commander
benefició?
Chavez. Who benefited from it?
¿Quiénes tomaron las decisiones de las
Who
masacres?
made
Los
decisions?
muertos.
Who made the decisions for the massacres,
¿Quiénes
the death?
tomaron las decisiones
Who
del
made the
asalto al
decisions
poder y la disolución
for
de
the
todos los
attack
poderes?
to the power and the dissolution of
Aquí
all
entre
powers?
nosotros tenemos jóvenes
Here between us, we have very young people,
de 18, 15 años, 20,
15
25, 30.
years old, 18 years
Entre los
old,
gobernadores tenemos
15,
jóvenes muy
25,
jóvenes.
30. Among the
Ernesto
governors, we
Luna
have
tiene
very young
30
governors.
años, gobernador de Monaga.
The governor of Monaga is 30 years old.
Víctor Clark tiene 35 años.
Victor Clark, 35
Héctor
years.
Rodríguez tiene 30 años.
Hector Rodriguez, 30 years old.
Son jóvenes muy jóvenes.
These are very young
Y estoy seguro
people.
que muchos de ellos,
And I'm
Silvia,
sure
¿verdad?
many of-
Estos días estaba hablando con Cilia,
So these days I was talking to Celia,
Silita,
Celita,
Super Silita.
Super Celita.
¿No vieron el último capítulo de Super Bigote?
Didn't see the
Que
last
sale a su
episode of
lado
Super
Super Celita.
Mustache. And then next to him is Super Celita.
Bueno, tienen que verlo.
Well, you gotta
Super
see it.
Bigote y Super Silita para lo que salga.
Super Mustache and Super
Estábamos
Celita.
hablando que nuestros nietos
So we're talking our grandsons and our granddaughters that are
no
younger
saben nada de lo que fue el golpe de Estado contra Hugo Chávez.
have no idea what the coup d'etat against Chavez is all about. Carmona could go and walk again through the streets of Caracas and nobody would recognize him. Some of us we meet him, we know him. They don't know the slaughter that was planned, the ambush that was planned. They don't know that they were about to execute Commander Chavez at the beach. They didn't know that they were about to establish a dictatorship and dissolve all the powers on one time.
Así que tenemos que hacer un gran esfuerzo
So we have to make it a great effort of information,
de debate, de
of debate,
motivación,
of motivation,
porque el pueblo
because the
que
people
no conoce su
that
historia
does not know the history
puede repetirla,
might repeat it.
tiende a repetirla.
It tends to
El
repeat the
pueblo que no
history.
conoce sus
The people who
errores
does not know their mistakes,
tiende a repetirlo.
they tend to
Tenemos que hacer
repeat those
conciencia
mistakes.
histórica
We have to
sobre
create
los sucesos históricos
historical awareness
que este
of
año
these
se conmemoran
historical events
para seguir construyendo
to continue
conciencia de
building
futuro,
conscience for the
conciencia de
future,
patria, para seguir
for the homeland,
construyendo
to continue
hacia
building
adelante
forward
una generación brillante,
a brilliant generation,
despierta,
awakened,
culta,
aware,
informada,
cultivated,
motivada,
informed, motivated,
sobre todo
and especially
apasionada en amor
passionate
por nuestra patria,
passionate
Venezuela. Señor
for our
presidente,
country, for our homeland, Venezuela.
he aquí la memoria y cuenta.
Mr. President, here is the accounts, the memory and the
El
accounts.
análisis,
Here is the
los
analysis,
números
the numbers
de un ejercicio, el tercer año
of an
de mi
exercise
segundo gobierno.
on the third year of my second term. Some people would say in 2013, that foolish over there, Maduro, would not last a week, and we moving forward. That would not stand for a month, and then we would move forward. That would not last this semester, and then we carried on. These would not survive this year, and then we would move on. And then some say 2016. I give him 6 months to get him out. 6 months, 2016, in this place, and we carried on. 2017, 2018, re-elected, and we were carried on. And today here, in the 9th year, at the presentation of the memoirs and accounts, in the 3rd year of the 2nd year of the Bolivarian government, presided by my person, I'm telling you, I present the memory and account. I'm going to go along with the people of Venezuela ahead, moving forward. Here I deliver to this National Assembly. Thank you very much, Venezuela. Let's move on with love and with God's blessing, laboring for faith, for the happiness and for the growth of our homeland. Good evening, deputies. Good evening. Thank you very much.
El discurso del presidente constitucional de la República Bolivariana de Venezuela, Nicolás Maduro Moros, en esta entrega de informe de gestión anual del año 2021. En las imágenes.
We were listening to Nicolás Maduro Moros, the president of Venezuela, as he offered his annual message to the nation before the parliament. The head of state first saluted the ministers, governors, and military officials that attended the presidential message. Also, the president praised notable Venezuelans present in the event, as athletes, entrepreneurs, artists, recovered patients, and other prominent fellow nationals that made the highlights for the Venezuelan people during 2021. He also remembered the declaration of San Juan drums as his intangible cultural heritage of Venezuela and the beatification of José Gregorio Hernández. Maduro acknowledged 2021 was the year of huge achievements and difficulties for Venezuela, as the nation faced destabilization attempts from the U.S., a parallel National Assembly, and the Supreme Court, as well as Colombia, but stated Venezuela overcame his difficulties. The mandatory also referred to the recovery of the National Assembly to the path of democracy and how the Venezuelans foiled the attempt to corrupt the top legislative body. Maduro highlighted the dialogues held in Mexico with the opposition groups as a sign of his government's availability to concord with those who think different. Another achievement that the president referred to was the governorate elections, in which the ruling party won the majority of the local posts. He also stressed the narco-Colombian power was defeated, as well as other external attempts of destabilization. The president expressed his government's confidence in people's will, criteria, and desires, and also what his political opposition has to say. So the governor's elections were held as a response to those requests and the loyalty to the Constitution. He acknowledged the perils posed by the economic war by the U.S., NATO, and also to devaluate the Bolivar currency, Venezuela's currency, to boycott Venezuela's products abroad and resources in foreign banks. He also said the Venezuelan constitution guarantees the exercise of the fundamental rights for all the Venezuelans, while remembering the opposition winning the state of Barina's governorship, as the people decided and how his government respected it. The mandatory addressed the economy and the recovery of this sector during 2021, aside of 2020 hardships, and forecasted a growth for 2022, based mainly in tourism, oil and industry production industries, as well as the increase in agricultural production.
It's an exercise of historic memory, of his increased bravery, tenacity, the strength, and the capacity for resistance of the Venezuelan people. As he said and illustrated in his speech, the process of recovery, of rebirth that the Venezuelan people is already living is a direct consequence of the victory against the aggressions that received in the past. And also President Maduro said, we will have a a future that we will have to build with our hands, with the women and men of Venezuela. Due to the importance and the deep character of the words of the President today, I asked the President of the Secretary to transcribe President Maduro's speech to be widely divulged in the media and social media and mainstream press. So, not having any other point today, we adjourn the session, and the Executive Board, accompanied by the President, please join him in his exit from this session.
Constitucional de la República Bolivariana de Venezuela para el año 2021. Ha dicho que el 2021 fue un gran año para vencer la conspiración prolongada y permanente que pretende una dualidad desestabilizadora de poder.
We're listening to Jorge Rodriguez, the President of the National Assembly of Venezuela, offering the closing remarks of this annual message to the nation from President Nicolás Maduro Moros. Maduro also praised the role of the entrepreneurs in the economic development and recovery and assured they will receive governmental financial support. Maduro also praised vaccination campaigns in Venezuela that already reached over 95% of the population and thanked China and Cuba for their fraternal assistance in this effort. He also rejoiced because of the return to in-person classes by all the pupils in the nation, observing all protective measures and how this endorses the well-being of Venezuelan families. He also commended Venezuelan people to take care of their loved ones and protect themselves. He referred to the governmental action and social work to offer aid to those in disadvantage and the victims of blockade and the sanctions. Maduro also assured his government has the duty and the mission of guaranteeing and stabilizing the basic services for all Venezuelans, foremost after the attacks against several services in 2019. He also called to all Venezuelans living abroad to return homeland and share the hardships as well as the wealth of Venezuela. Maduro also referred to oil and gasoline production levels, the current fuel smuggling mafias operating in the country, and how the government is trying to tackle them. He also addressed how the national pride is recovering thanks to ideological work, the recovery of economy and sports and cultural achievements. He also praised Alba-TZ Peace Summit and its outcomes on the grounds of cooperation, regional integration and fraternal ties in science, economy and history, as well as CELAC's recent meeting. Maduro also said 2022 is the year of the consolidation for Venezuela in economics, politics and social developments. He also encouraged all the Venezuelans from the top officials to the most humble common ones to give more for the homeland and not only endure and overcome, but also to thrive. Amongst the highlights of Maduro's remarks are the goal of eliminating extreme poverty by 2025, the handover of 5 billion housing units, and the destination of 76% of the national budget for social and public spending. We have more detail in upcoming news briefs. Stay tuned for teleSUR English for more details.
Allí vemos la salida del presidente de la República en esta nueva batalla, en esta nueva victoria. También refirió que este año activamos el diálogo político con los sectores extremistas en México y fue un gran logro de la paciencia, la perseverancia y la fe en nuestro país.
Durante su discurso también el jefe de Estado venezolano llamó a consolidar el 1x10, el mapa de problemas y soluciones y la agenda concreta de acción del poder popular.
Al cierre del año 2021, Venezuela alcanzó la meta de producción de 1 millón de barriles diarios. Nosotros con este resumen vamos a despedir esta transmisión especial desde el Palacio Federal Legislativo.
We were listening to Nicolás Maduro Moros, President of Venezuela, as he offered his annual message to the nation before the parliament. The head of state first saluted the ministers, governors and military officials that attended the presidential message. The president praised the notable Venezuelans present in the events as athletes, entrepreneurs, artists, recovered patients and other prominent fellow nationals that made the highlights for the Venezuelan people during 2021. He also remembered the declaration of San Juan drums as intangible cultural heritage of Venezuela and the beatification of José Gregorio Hernández. Maduro acknowledged 2021 was a year of huge achievements and difficulties for Venezuela as the nation faced destabilization attempts from the U.S., a parallel National Assembly and Supreme Court, as well as Colombia, but stated Venezuela overcame these difficulties. Stay tuned to teleSUR English because we have more details in upcoming news briefs. Stay with us.